what we did, what we went through, and IoT and other things. But I don't want to be tech on this. So if you have questions, please raise those things. Raise your hand and get it. Yeah.
So just to give a small introduction, in the first session, Mr. Prajit Balasubramaniam gave an introduction about a company who went through a merger and acquisition, nCinga. So we are from that. Vijitha is one of the co-founders, along with Imal. Unfortunately, Imal couldn't make it today. So
most of the time you'll see our faces on there, but not this guy. But two of me and so we were the co-founders, but from the beginning, Mudith was also there. So three of us were like right from the beginning. 1 year younger to me, but we were all like classmates, schoolmates. If you want to have a little bit of sense of that, when I started, thought of going and doing a startup, how much? I had 20 years of experience and gone through this company ladder and everything, and I was 43 and had 2 kids to look after and the family. So I think that's a critical thing. Many would not be here in that footing where you would drop everything, forget it. You ask to go to school, then go to university, do this, that, and then still not clicking up, work for other companies in other countries. I have worked a lot outside, but come and do a good startup here, and it worked. But I think it's a risk journey. So hope you could ask questions, but I think we have only like 45 minutes. But we'll give whatever if you have questions. Hey, we can start actually.
Yeah, we can start most of them.
But you're free to go and eat.
Yeah, I think that should be the priority right now. Okay, so I think before we come to the interactive session, Vijay, we can go through the tech side of things while everyone eats.
Correct.
I hope you all can digest while eating.
So industry 4.0 and IoT was the topic, and then futuristic startups, right? So industry 4.0 was nothing new. So I started the company in 2014. So industry 4.0 cannot be like your tags like thing, right? Because it's now 2022 or 2022 getting ended. Actually, there is an industry 5.0, but if you ask, that's the last Google video you show. See, like in the morning you saw, right? Google saying, how to use tech to help people. So not tech actually. Any business has to be thought of that sort, right? I mean, there is nothing new in some programmers and some, magic coders sit down and write code. That has no big value. The big value is in your idea of helping the society, in the sense a business, right? So in that sense, really, whether it's industry 4.0 or whatever, what makes value would be the point. So whether you are tech or non-tech, while I'll tell you, what you learn from industry 4.0 or from IoT is a very different thing if you ask me. Anybody who know about industry 4.0? Okay, we have been very 2014 futuristic. So people who know IoT?
I'm sure most
Quite a lot?
Okay, almost everyone knows IoT.
Cool. Cool. Right.
Interesting.
Understood. Very good.
Interesting.
You all have been in tech, right?
Yeah.
Supun was one of my good friends, actually. Cool. Very good. So I did a big mistake. I did a big mistake where I did not mention Imal's name.
Yeah.
So Imal, me, and Mudith were the ones that founded the company. So we work as a team. One of the, I think, more than Industry 4.0, whatever. If you ask from me, so I'm an engineering background, like coding guy, right? So, but I would always say if the product sales guys were not there and then the business person is not there, it doesn't make sense, right? So how it works out, I think one of the biggest assets for you, rather than picking up industries or anything, would be that. Right? So anyway, so Industry 4.0 is way long back. 2014, when we started, it was kind of futuristic to the Asia. And now, but it hasn't still picked up 100% everywhere. So at the time that we began, we had to go to the companies and tell, hey, there is a wave coming. You have to get, so if you have heard digitization, like that's very popular, right? This is a form of, it's digitization, but then it's more of like, a term, right? Most important thing though is, as societies, when we go forward, it's not this concept that matters, how these things propagate into the society and who want to pick up an edge out of that and apply somewhere with the point. So, does this work? Yes, it works. I'll skip that, right? I'll come to this actually. Probably so if you all have not got into the tech area and growing in this industry 4.0, 5.0, just do a Google search for industry 4.0 and there'll be 5.0. 5.0 is like, there is nothing. If you heard in the early discussion, you heard going back to bases, that's very important. So we have been doing that most of the time because understanding it at a lower level, at a base, is important. So people say when something comes in 2.0, then 3, 4, 5, all that, right? But then there are bases. So there are significant improvements in society, industry 1, 2, 3. So if you look at, I'll not even go into olden days, but if you see 1969, that's like the chip, the computers, right? Now today, I want to only bring up the signal. If you see that, that's enough. That's what? That's connectivity, right? So that is connectivity. There are but the industry 4.0 is the one that is really bringing up the concept. IoT is like an enabler. So it's an enabling technology. But whether you do a complete non-tech business doesn't really matter. This is the world of change, right? So mass productions, the production belt came in industry 2.0, and then computers came in industry 3.0. And industry 4.0 is about connectivity. If you just remember that, that's enough. So when we say connectivity, it is the Wi-Fi, the 3G, 4G, 5G, using all these things, connecting business. So if you can make value for your business, so it doesn't have to be programming this, that. So if you can learn that where the market is, where the business is going, where this is not really business going, it's there already, right? So if you talk, so I'm falling back to my old days, but it's already there, right? Even in Asia, there is a lot, and if you look at today's company's products, so we had to to make a sale. This is the guy who had to do the most of the work, but I also used to go there. We sit down and first tell why this is important and then try to make a sale. But now it's like, hey, are there industry 4.0 guys, automation guys, all that comes. But by the way, I want to tell another thing. Industry 4.0, although the term is there, although the term is coming from manufacturing, don't attribute that to manufacturing. It is about connecting data and connecting systems. So don't want to so the name is there, cyber physical systems, right? So the physical systems getting connected digitally and connecting a person also into it. So it doesn't mean really that you have to have the coding and Facebook and all these things. It is, if you get the idea, that is like systems are now connecting, the machines are connecting, and can you make a business out of it, right? Internet of Things, I guess you know, like a lot of people, like everything like connecting to the cloud and taking it back to the phone. So you can control your air conditioner, you can have a monitoring for your electricity in your home, everything being monitored digitally, right? And then the bigger thing is that now you have sensors and equipment that, you know, I saw even Mudith was like browsing and getting something in Alibaba to check water, was it? Yeah. Right, so I saw silently you were browsing to get like a sensor to that.
Yeah, it's water and sewage.
Correct. So he'll get it from Alibaba and then fix it at home. Then you get the signals into the phone, right? Yeah. So the idea of these devices being there, and then all these things connecting to the cloud is the idea of IoT. Then when you go to industry, it's more opportunities, because, you know, it's not like just for home. I would just see, who's using internet too much? Am I killing too many electricity cycles? Those are the things that we would monitor. But for a business, it is critical that you know how much money you spend on energy, how much on electricity, how much on water, how much you put on air condition, all that, right? So it's really this monitoring business and sensors and like really the life of monitoring comes really attractive in industrial area. So because of that, these technologies has been there, and the opportunity we also early saw was like it's business to like, so we built a B2B business, right? So which is like business to business where you have some money. Right, I'll talk a little bit, but of course, consumer apps, Uber, right? It's a B2C, right? So not that you cannot make money, but there are scopes. But in industrial IoT, it's like the entire factory being monitored. So the IoT at home is a cool thing, but IoT going to industry is a really a business. Digitization, right? The world right now, if you ask multiple countries in Asia, that's the world is. Like the meters are there, somebody has to go on. Me and Imal had actually gone all the way to one island in Maldives and had to like go up. So the problem there was that you have to like go to that island, climb up a 40-meter tank, and on top of the tank you have this gadget. So every day, how are we going to control that, right? So the
someone physically has to go and write the meter and come down.
Right. So bringing it down, like don't go anywhere. Instead of that meter, fix a digital meter. If not, find a way to automate that particular meter into a thing. It looks very simple now, if you look at. The hard part is finding, the tech part is easy. Finding a business and making sure if you fix it in a gas plant that your part doesn't blow up because they were running without you for a long time safely. But making it operational is the hard part. But tech part is really small right now. Same way, you can see enough examples now where you can do so this is kind of a robot arm and a technician looking at digitally, looking at what is the problem in that particular motor, right? So these are like, I think in your heads, not high tech, right? Not today, definitely not today, and you can understand, right? So if you can digitize, like, you know, from your phone, you can, but it is there if you look at other industries, other companies and other big teams, it's there, right? Somebody gets help. Not only, so Industry 4.0 is not just like, you know, apps and digitizing, but it's also like really doing physical help. So you're definitely moving forward all these hazardous work will be done with a robot arm connected to you. So you wouldn't do like the risky things, but you will make the decisions, right? So because AI is not that AI, right? So, but you wouldn't be lifting all these heavy things, moving, all those things will be done by robots. But then if there's a decision-making thing and monitoring thing, so you'll have physical support. There's another one here. And I want to bring this idea of a digital twin. That's a term that's being coined in our industry. And I think it is important for everyone to understand that if you want to make a business, if you are going digital, what I'm showing you is a real world thing. So everything in future, if you learn one thing from this, have a digital version of the physical thing. If you really look at, that is what Industry 4.0 and this whole trend is. Because there might not be much value when you digitize one item. But if you digitize many, right, and then when you connect them, there is a lot of value, because physically you cannot do that. So if you had if you have one motor, that's okay. But in a factory or somewhere, when you have hundreds of motors, then you cannot go and walk, right? So, but the value of digitizing something, so don't look at this from a factory perspective itself. So if there are two processes, right? So giving two Excels to two of us and solving my department, and that department is also a business, because I get my work efficiently through an Excel, he does his work efficiently. But if we are isolated, very little value. I mean, there is value to me from an efficiency perspective. But you build a business if you connect my digital version and his digital version together and say, look, there is a lot of efficiency. So if you learn one thing from this connectivity part, it's not about like a lot of manufacturing and this and that. At the heart of it is digitize something and try to connect, so that at a bigger level, at an overall level, when you look at things, you have the ability to do better than the physical world, right? So through that, you can innovate a lot of business models. Because probably you cannot understand how this department, that department, but once you digitize it, there's 101 ways of controlling that. So if you can take one idea from that, that's what I want to leave. Cool? Am I running completely out of time now? When it is digital, so Industry 4.0, there are certain areas, can I point to this? Yes, in a bad way, right? Okay. So this is the tech stack around it. Like if you are looking for what are the areas and the tech you want to see, mobile devices is one of the key things. Cloud computing is one of the area. IoT platforms. Then smart sensors, big data analytics. Actually, this picture I had for a long time. And mobile devices, cloud computing, big data analytics, smart sensors. This is where location. This is where we built our tech stack. So this is not our picture. This is a industry analysis. This was there for a long time. One of the key things I want to highlight here is, which I cannot highlight digitally, the data analytic as a core, right? So that is something that hit our head, that what I told. There are individual pieces and things, and now if you build connecting them, and that's this IoT and Industry 4.0 in anyone's business terms. I wouldn't go into tech at all. I'm rushing because I have to. Same thing, again want to iterate, autonomous robots if you have, then big data, augmented reality, this is cloud computing, system integration, in the sense different systems talking. I'll stop at that. These are the things we concentrate again, connectivity, automation, cloud, data, digitization. So this is not tech. This is like from a business perspective, think in terms of how do we connect things, how do we automate things, how can the cloud help us to, cloud is about what? Cloud is about efficiency, right? Cloud is about economics, cloud is about efficiency. Then data, that is different sites, and then overall digitization. I'll stop at that, the tech stuff. I'll let you go.
I have them. All right, so let's move on to the interactive session. So Vijitha's background is more from a tech side. I'm more from a business. My background is apparel management. So I was heading the sales of nCinga when we started this operation. So what we built was a manufacturing execution system. And our first use case was in apparel, right? So few things what we learned, right? There were mistakes, there were things what we understood. So however, what we realized was it is important to identify what is important to the client, right? So there can be many people who will ask for 1,001 things when you say you can solve a problem, right? It has to relate to a business KPI, right? So at the end of the day, if it's not going to increase the productivity or reduce wastage or increase operational efficiency or reduce operational cost, it's not going to, the story is not going to sell, right? It's just going to be someone's personal agenda. End of the day, you're going to solve. So for us, when we got to know in apparel that there is a problem of data. When I say data, information for decision making. So we realized it was post-mortem decision making. The main thing what we wanted to, what we were looking at solving was bringing in proactive decision making with data. So information or data to the right audiences at the right time for decision making. So they were running a morning meeting the next day to analyze what happened the previous day. So our focus was to see how we can help them to take decisions on that particular day to minimize rework reduction and in return to help them to increase the productivity. So that was what we wanted to do. And at the same time, it was a bigger scope. In 2014, 2015, it was all ERP driven, right? So there were a lot of instances where we were, when we said an MES, we were mistaken for an ERP. Everyone thought, oh, you guys are another ERP. But what we said was, no, we are not an ERP. We are the layer in between the ERP and the production layer or the PLC layer who connects this data and gives it to the ERP to work more efficiently for decision making. Right? So, and at the same time, ERPs used to take a very long time for implementation, right? And the requirement gathering process takes 6 months to a year, and implementation takes another year to 2, right? So, whereas we believed this problem solving has to be based on a return of investment, because end of the day, you can have a big scope, right? Which is nice to have, but if it's not going to solve a problem once again, it's not going to help it. So we identified what are the most important data points which can make a difference. So we try to capture 80% of the data out of 10% of data capturing stations, which can help to give some benefit, right? So in nCinga, if you like, our product was called nFactory. That's next generation smart factory. We started with the sewing module in an apparel manufacturing plant. We started collecting data out of one station in a production line, which we gave visibility to the machine operators who were who were stitching garments, their daily targets, just like in a cricket match, that a trend analysis, right? With a prediction based on the current production, how their day is actually going to be, which was helping the supervisors and the operators to figure out what their incentive is going to be end of the day, right? Which they didn't have all this time. It was before someone just pushing them, just do the quantity. And at the same time, the quality of controllers, and there is a process called roaming QC for them to see where are the rejects, where the reworks are, and what are the operations and what are the issues which are causing these to be highlighted in a dashboard so that they have that visibility. In return for the operations management, who is the middle layer in a manufacturing plant, had analytics and analytics reports, what they used to have as daily, weekly reports to be generated through a report module where their previously recorders used to collect this information. They enter it into the ERP where someone generates a report. And at the same time, top management sees this information as analytics, anomaly detection, and through the mobile. So the problem, while we were solving the problem on the ground, we were solving few other things also, right? We were making the factories paperless, which was helping the environment. And at the same time, management used to go to the factory almost every day to see what was going on. We managed to reduce management visits to the factory more than 50%, right? Who used to go 5 days a week reduced to 1 to 2 days because they had the visibility what was going on in the production plant. And we brought predictability for the orders because if you guys have seen manufacturing plants, you have seen when there is a shipment or an order to be delivered, last week is the most crucial where we do overtime to everything, but still at the 11th hour you get to know, sir, මේකේ බඩු ටික නැහැ නේ තාම එක size එකක් නැහැ එක කැලි ටිකක් නැහැ. That's how it is. But if you can bring that prediction a week before or 2 weeks before that one particular piece or one particular size is missing, that will help you to negotiate with your client or pre-plan your overtime. So that's the predictability what we brought in. So coming on to leveraging what already exists. So now when we went into apparel manufacturers to understand how we need to build our platform in apparel, right? Like to customize it to apparel, like there were 1001 problems which a lot of people brought up, right? So everyone wanted to do everything out of the MES, even ERP related problems to plan related issues to everything. So we realized in the market there were things which we could have used or what we can leverage, right? Like when factories ask for a production plan to be built on the MES, there were production planning tools which were doing that job, right? So the reporting, some of the reports can be finance-based reports, can be generated out of the ERP. So we concentrated only on what was our scope. I think Vijitha can talk about it a little more in technical perspective because time to market is very important, especially when you are building something which was non-existent. Because when we were building an MES for apparel, there were big questions, even for us. This was a very human-dependent industry. So why hasn't it been done for all this time, right? Why hasn't any other company looked at this in Asia? There were few companies who had tried to do in European manufacturing companies, right? But in a smaller scale, but not in mass production. So Vijay, you can...
So in general, not without referring to us, if you look at two things, my personal experience is, yes, we need a client, so we go and work with them, right? But that could deviate you. But we said yes to everybody and try to get. But then that at a time deviates you from what you are. And if you miss that, so I think that will come to the next slide. I think if you miss that and get carried away because you can pay the next month's salary, that's a catch. Because if you lose the niche, like what you are, and then start doing this Excel automation after some time, you're good at that. But are you here to make that job? So you'll have to definitely understand what your company and what you are standing for. And of course, you have to say yes. But within that yes, how do you scope is a big deal. Actually, you'll have to learn, right? We ourselves had to learn. But luckily, I think after about 2 years, 2.5, 3 years, when we understood, no, if we start catering, we will become something else. We said, no, we are going to pick one thing and we are going to be the best at it, and that worked us. Right? So,
Yeah.
and then the second part of be very careful. So the same solution. So what about what Mudith was talking about, like how can we bring predictability to the flow, right? Right now it's people writing, putting it to Excel, getting to know next day, right? That's for in our system, it's real time to the piece, right? Every piece when it gets done, we do the calculations and math and all that, and bring to say that you're not going to hit this order. It's just like the 50 over match, what Mudith said. But the value is that if you are not focused on that and start saying, oh, this manager says this, that manager says that, in order to do this is how the industry works. That's a big catch. We said no to industry a couple of times. So somebody would say, I have worked in this company for 15 years, and I say I have gone to 10 different factories and seen it, right? So we had to challenge quite a bit of it, because we were tech guys. So when we go and tell the apparel guy, don't do it that way. Are you a process person? Are you this, that? No, okay. But we had to challenge, which comes back to one of the key things that we did. Our solution had been given for a couple of years, like 10 years it had failed. Not that industry didn't try it. So that came to us saying that, okay, we are going to crack our problem, but everything else we connected, like we got tabs, whatever. So because certain problems can be solved later. That's not a big deal. Everybody would know if you crack this part, right? So concentrate on that and then connect everything else. Of course, now we are connecting everything else, and whatever you say, yes, but because we have a core. Okay?
Yeah. So coming on to the next one, right? So how to make it scalable? Because now, if you look at us, when we initially looked at few factories, like 10, 12 factories in Sri Lanka, we looked at few factories in Bangladesh, India later on. So ultimately, by the time we came into a scaling mode, we had seen, both of us have seen more than 300 apparel manufacturers in Asia, right? To understand what this really means, because the story what we hear from one to the other is completely different. So we had to figure out what was the problem which we had to solve. So when we first implemented it in a few factories in Sri Lanka, we realized there is value in it, right? Then we wanted to see how to scale it, but unfortunately, sad to say, we don't have any more apparel manufacturers right now compared to any other country like Bangladesh to Indonesia to India. So then we took our model and went to Bangladesh, subsequently to India, then to Indonesia, and then we realized the problems from each country to country is different, because we do small quantities in Sri Lanka, but it's quality driven. But in Bangladesh, it's more volume driven, WIP driven. So the problems what each country was suffering, each I would say segment of manufacturers were different. So if we actually waited in Sri Lanka, trying to just build a perfect product to solve the Sri Lankan manufacturing sector, we wouldn't have reached this journey for sure, right? But we took the decision, we moved into Bangladesh, we moved into India, we moved into Indonesia. So that helped us to go global, right? To basically get the solution into a global level. So right now, in Asia, we have about 80 plus factories running our solution with different modules. So we started with only the sewing module initially, because we used to challenge factories. When a factory manager says, no, I have this problem, I have that problem, we say, no, you start with sewing, get the basics right, then you go both ways. You can move into cutting department, you can go into packing. You can, if your biggest problem is just bringing order predictability, just put one station in the packing station or the finishing department, solve that problem. So we basically looked at that, and within about 2 years, correct Vijay? Within about 2 years, we managed to take that call of how we are going to scale up, right? Because we didn't want to make a perfect product. Even to date, we don't have a perfect product, but we have a very strong roadmap, which we have built and which we have gone and told our clients, this is what we are. And if this was something so simple, this would have been done before. And we are the first to come and talk to you on this. So believe in us and be patient till we build it. So now the most important thing is, right, as I said, you have to have a proper roadmap, right? Like you shouldn't just, right, just because someone has a problem of building a report, it doesn't mean that we have to solve only that problem. There has to be a bigger plan to it, right? So from day one, we wanted to be the #1 MES in Asia. Not even before we started apparel, right? Our main focus was we wanted to be hardware agnostic, right? Where we can connect multiple hardware devices, collect data, and give that visibility to the right audience for decision making. As I said, proactive decision making. So that's where we started, and we were very clear. We were building a solution not for today, for the future, right? So in 2014 we started building it, and now it's to 2022, right? So today our solution is selling and it's acceptable. So what we built at that time was for the future, right? When we initially went to customers, spoke about Industry 4.0, there were people who didn't know anything, right? So there were clients who had chased us saying, what bullshit, this is not going to work, right? We have to work on the conventional way because people won't listen. So it was a very tough journey, right? Like all you guys here have startups, right? So a sales guy in a corporate against a startup is completely different, right? Sales guy in a corporate, right? There's a name for you to carry. There are use cases. There are testimonies, right? There's a pipeline, right? So you have a manager to take and go when you want to meet a managing director. But in a startup, it's you, right? You're going to sell your story, and you have to be confident enough to get it, right? So the first customer, right? I'm sure all you guys would have just come up with so many stories to get the first sale, right? So that's how it is. So it's especially B2B. B2B, how many of you are in B2B sales? Right, so I'm sure you guys have realized, right? You guys have been threatened. People would have asked so many questions. How can you do it, right? How can you be sustainable? Right? So these are the challenges. But still, if you have a proper roadmap and a proper plan, right? And if that is aligning to an ROI or a business problem, that's where you start selling. And at the same time, once again, in a corporate company, sales guy may be bringing leads only, right? So just hand it over to pre-sales, to a BA, to implementation. In a startup, you should know the entire process. You can't be while you do the presentation, half of it you can't say, hey, this is what I know, I'm just going to give it to the other person to do it. That's not going to work. You should know the story from start to the end. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult. And defining the phases, pre-startup, how are you going to plan yourself, right? In the startup phase, how are you going to do it, right? How are you going to... Now, we have had instances where a sales guy and a developer goes and do sales, pre-sales, BA's work, implementation, support, everything, right? To make it cost effective. We can't afford to have 4 or 5 people going and doing it, right? So, same way, sometimes developer, myself and Vijitha have gone and sold, configured, implemented, and come, right? So, that's how it has been. Now, talking about a roadmap, now in 2014, 2015, we wanted to get the complete apparel factory automated or digitized, right? Where a workflow can be built from start to the end. And as I said initially, we were trying to get make it paperless. We wanted to minimize the unnecessary visits to the factories, and of course bring predictability. Corona was not even in the picture then, right? But when Corona came into the picture in 2020, the value what a lot of people didn't see, we started seeing. Not only us, actually the clients, right? So the clients who we had tried to sell in 2019, right, where they were not giving us the POs, not confirming, started confirming in 2020 when they realized the importance of seeing the information remotely. So that really brought the value of remote data. Now we don't have to go and sell. Those days we used to go and explain, right, the value of seeing this information remotely, Industry 4.0, all those stories. Not anymore. Now people know the value of things. Now it's about changing the manufacturing flow into a digital culture change, right? Where people, it's a gradual process. Vijay, you can add a little more.
Looking at the time and whatever
Yeah.
I'm
So
trying
we can,
to say,
yeah.
I think
We
there
can open it
won't
up.
be other questions.
Yeah.
Anyone want to ask questions? Two things I think from summary from the last two slides. One is scalability. How much do you, so all are founders or co-founders, right? Do you all know how much money you want to make from this venture? If you don't know, how are you planning to දැන් මේක හදලා වික්කහම ඒ ගානේ එයිද කියලා කොහොමද දන්නේ? එතකොට කීයටද විකුණලා how would you so I think you want to be rich වගේ එකක් තිබ්බොත් that's good, but how much would the business take out of that, right? එතකොට so I'll leave one thing in that scale. If you think you want to be this, then do some math.
Yeah.
Right? And that at that point you will understand, one, there is no market to scale like that. Oh, my tech is not going to be scalable at that. That's a fundamental thing that you'll have to do with a bar.
Yeah.
Right? Because otherwise, either you when you are scaling, you're going to hit a market problem, or you're going to scream at your tech team. You were saying this is cloud, this, that, and now it's like, 3 clients and it's failing. So from a tech and business perspective, understand, although we have 100 factories, I was thinking by this time I'll have over 500 factories.
Yeah, so that
we
was
only
our
have
plan.
about 100 factories.
That was our plan. So we wanted to basically grow vertically and horizontally both, right? So, so we knew at one point, sorry, go ahead. There's a question.
Yes. Not really, not really. So we wanted to do an IoT, the connectivity, and a digitization. So we had a focus on that. So I wouldn't go and do this. I knew what to say no to, right? And to yes. But out of the yes, when I'm digitizing, what exact problem in the manufacturing I solved was the third year kind of a focus. And because after doing multiple projects, again, there were 2 products.
And going into apparel.
Correct. That one is apparel. Even in the apparel, the second product, very first product that we started, we didn't launch it in the 3rd year. Instead, we pick up an intermediate product, went 5 years, and now we are bringing up the original product, which
the first
sells.
PO.
Which sells. Product.
Yeah. So from day one, we wanted to be a product company. We didn't want to focus on projects. Okay.
Probably it's a good question and a common question. Don't take me as rude. We are cutting off time though, okay? I mean, so if we have time, we'll put enough time, but unfortunately we have our session was somewhere up there, right? So we have extended that. But so your scalability and math is a good one to see how much money you're going to get out of that product. Very simple math, right?
Yeah.
Am I going to sell for 100 people at this cost, or 1,000 people, or can I scale this? When you scale, can I scale it in Bangladesh, India, this, that, or am I going to Europe? And that is what you should raise from Pradeep, like your investors, right? So do some little bit math about scaling.
Yeah, and at the same time, now since you said you were doing some projects, right? So if you want to move away from projects and move into a product company, do your research, right? What is already existing, right? So because now on the projects, what you have been doing, right? If there are solutions which are already existing in the market, and if you're trying to, if you want to use one of them as a product, as Vijitha mentioned, the runway is going to be short. But if you can make use of few of the products which are already existing and make a platform through out of it, you might have a better bet. I think if you want, we can have a separate offline chat to discuss further.
From a company perspective, we would like to. I mean, we have been in seats.
Sure,
right?
Sure, we'll do that.
So that's like thinking about scale and what you want to make money is a very and behind that, one part goes to the sales team to ask this guy, are you going to sell this much? Are you sure? And the tech guy, can I do? So that understanding comes to the whole company. So that's one. The second one is one of the key things that you remember the picture that the airplane thing. What was the key thing? Like, what was the key, like the most important thing out of all that keywords? Somewhere that here. Empathy, consistency. From an original perspective, passion. So empathy would come from that, or other way around, right? But then, for a startups, let me ask you a different question. When you go to sell, what's the why can't you sell? Like, why can't you now have 10 times the sales that you have now? What's the biggest barrier?
So we'll give you answers so that they can decide. Yeah. Is it because your tech stack is still not complete, or is it because you don't have enough money to reach to a bigger market, or is it because your marketing campaign is not strong enough? What is the reason? Or you think you don't have a proper sales team?
Especially B2B, big companies. Those are the normal things, right?
Yeah.
How many clients, what's your portfolio, how long have you been, are you 8 years old? Certain companies don't you can't apply if you don't have a product that is 8 years been selling, right?
So what Vijay, to take from what Vijay just mentioned, now you can't have a perfect product, right? Because being a sales guy, I will always shout at Vijay and say, Vijay, this is not complete, I can't sell. Because there are so much of bugs, right? This is not complete, this is not adding value. But on the other hand, if you look at the world, right, everything have emerged. If you look at a car, right, we have climate control AC right now. But did we have climate control AC before, right? We used to put a button switch. If this was so easy, that would have been built when the first car was launched. Right? So there is an emerging process for anything. So it's all about how you create value to a client. But once again, that's why it's important to see what's in the market to talk about. If you don't know what's in the market, then you go in front of a client and you get shot in the face if you don't do your research. But if you know what you're selling and if you know what your current product up to that particular level, and if that is creating some value, that's what you should start selling, right? So something what we try to do, right? The harmony between tech and sales, because these are two departments which has to work hand in hand, right? And even though you have a bigger roadmap, the part which you complete should be, we should be able to sell it as one particular unit which is adding some value, right? So rather than just building bits and pieces here and there in the roadmap, and if you still cannot sell any of those, right, then it's pointless, right? It's just like building a house, right? You can do the walls to roof to everything. Still, if you can't live in it, you can't do it, right? So if you can just build one room, complete it, move into it, and build the others, that's what you have to start doing it, right? Because you don't have money unless you have plenty of money coming from your investors too, or you have a very deep pocket where you can continuously spend and do all
Still
this.
you would get it wrong, I think.
Yeah.
Still you would get it wrong if
Because
you wait to
you will not know how, even though you can have a roadmap, right, in a very high level, you will not know how to focus yourself unless you go really into the market. Because I think, as Dhammika mentioned initially, right, you can dream, right, but the thing is you have to get up and then decide how to do, right? So we all, like, when we get an idea, we think this is going to sell. No one thinks that it's going to fail, but sometimes some ideas fail. But that fails once you go into the market. So then you should know where to change. But if you have gone deep and spend all your resources on building one part of it, you will not have enough money and time to correct yourself.
Cool. So because we are running out of, I'll let you finish. Two things I want to let you know. So that part of the sale, or like when people say no to you, that is probably 90% of the times they are not reading your passion for the product. If you are really passionate, you can fight. Otherwise, all these new development would not have happened in this world, right? They would have always bought from people. So believe in that. What people can read is being genuinely committed for something and not. And also, not just words, show that your background of whatever it is, that you are passionate. For that, there is 10% who would listen. Otherwise, world would not have innovated all this. Right? That's one. So be passionate. Second thing, there are 1,001 ways to build companies. So we are only saying what we experience. You can tell your story. So nothing is right, nothing is wrong, as long as you believe in. But let me tell you one thing, after a couple of companies, people can very easily read you. Right? So be aware of it, be passionate around it. The third thing, if you want to, if you are a little bit interested or passionate about it, at one point, 2019, before COVID, we had to give up the company because we wanted to scale. Because we could not scale without that money. We cannot, like these are B2B, right? So you cannot, two people put the money and put it. So in that process, we were lucky enough to sell the company, not sell the company, but transfer the company for $15 million. Okay? That, if that is good enough for you, right? But the point is, if we were looking for somebody to sell, that would not have happened. So you have to build to last. You cannot, I saw the word exit was coming there, right? Of course, we did it 5 years' time, right? We had a good exit in 5 years' time. But that shouldn't be the motivation if you are really passionate about it. That comes if you do it good. Because the other way around, people can very easily read. The last thing is IP. Try to understand your IP. If you are a product company or a service company, like the service excellence part, you can copy even the products, but not your whatever the culture. Cool?
Yeah. Any more questions? I think we can take one or two questions if there are. Yeah. 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 Right. Okay. So I'll basically give you an example from manufacturing. Right. So when we initially went and told companies that we can get you visibility into the right audiences for decision making, they said no. Currently, we have people who have done lean. We have experienced production guys working for 15, 20 years. They know the process well. So we couldn't challenge. So what we did was we took a step back. We looked at the market, right? Then we went and challenged them back. Look here, even in your entire career, you would have worked in 5 companies maximum. So your knowledge is limited to that. So when we looked at the whole industry, we realized how this can be done. So we came to a point, we can actually explain to them how it is done and how it can be done. Because we used to ask the question, right? Now, if you are not going to do it this way, how are you going to do it, right? So example, like on decision making, we asked, so if you are not going to do it, right, in a digital form, how are you going to do it, right? So they said, no, we are going to manual, someone has to be involved. So we asked, if that person gets sick, how are you going to do? If you leave that job, how are you going to do? If your production manager is fetched for that particular price or the salary, simply because of his experience, if he leaves, how do you know that the next guy will perform the same way? So these were challenges what we brought in. So to answer your question, you need to do your research and you need to challenge, right? So even though you don't have a name, if you know what you're talking, if you think that you can solve a problem out of it, you should challenge. And the other most important, this is something what Imal taught me, right, on this whole thing is, if you're going out, you should think that you know the best, you know the most, right? Because you're talking about your particular product of solving a problem, right? The other person, the person who's doing the job currently, it can be out of a multinational to a corporate to a well-known company. They want to be in that comfort zone, right? They don't want to change, right? Including us, we even for us, we don't want to change. But if we can challenge and if we can bring that change, then the mindset of right, the company background to the name will fade off gradually.
Long trip though.
Yeah, it's not easy.
But asking for what they do now is a good point. Like, how do you solve this problem now? That'll give you enough when you go home. So when you say no, still, like, how do you solve that problem and how do you think you would solve this? That's a good point, that when you come back and say, man, I'm going to solve that in 1 hour. You have taken 100. You go back and it's a long process. We exited. Run?
Yeah.
We'll run now.
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll actually leave our contact details with. So you can be in touch with us if there are any questions or if there is any.
All right. Thank you very much for putting your time to listen to us.
Yeah. And all the best.
Yeah, all the best actually. That's all the best to everyone actually.
Don't give up. Don't say no to everything, but at the same time, don't take no as an excuse also.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, Vijitha and Mudith. You all are great people. You are the greatest innovative people that we all need. Future of Sri Lanka. Thank you so much once again. Sure. And quickly, Mudith, so we're going to give you the token of appreciation. Mudith and Vijitha. Mr. Kirti, Mr. Ruan. With that session, we're going to start a session done by an international startup role model from our South Asian region. He's from India. He's Mr. Karmjitsinh Bihola. He's one of the prominent startup personalities in the Indian, in South Asian region. So he's a design thinker, innovation strategist, startup mentor, and also founder of INNODESK Designovation services. So when it comes to India is one of the best startup ecosystems in the world. So you all are lucky to have Mr. Karmjitsinh Bihola. So he's going to focus on growth hacking for startups and what Sri Lankan startups can learn from Indian unicorns. India is the only country that produced unicorns in South Asian region. So have a round of applause to Mr. Karmjitsinh Bihola. Mr. Karmjitsinh, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Hi, this is Tilan. Hi, once again. Thanks a lot for being here. And I have introduced your profile to the audience. So when it comes to the audience, we have about 80 participants today from different parts of Sri Lanka. They all are young entrepreneurs who have started their startups, who have started their business ventures, so different perspectives, different sectors. So we have a very good amalgamation of fantastic young entrepreneurs from Sri Lanka. So Mr. Bihola, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tilan, and thank you very much everyone for being here and having me here on this onset for this startup bootcamp. I'm very privileged to be here with all of you and sharing my insights or the learning that we are gathering from the startup ecosystem here in India and across the world, as well as I am here to learn from all of you. As you know, the ecosystem is ever changing and growing day by day, so it's very much to learn from each other. So I'm here to learn from you also, and I hope that we can have a great interactions today in this 1 hour of our time. I'll try to contextualize the startup ecosystem in India and Southeast Asia region, and try to give you the perspective on growth hacking and perspective from the startup Indian ecosystem. So if I'm allowed, let me share my screen without further ado. Yeah, and on this onset, I would like to thank the organizers of this startup bootcamp for all of you as a Sri Lankan youth, and being the neighbor, we all are here to collaborate and learn from each other. And it's rightly mentioned that we are going to strengthen the startup ecosystem in this South Asia region through cross-border collaborations and such kind of activities. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And we are, praying for all of us. I know that Sri Lanka is going through a little bit a tough situation, but here, believe me, we are praying for you, all the brothers and sisters of Sri Lanka. Today, I'm going to talk about the growth hacking part of the startup or entrepreneurial journey, and we are also going to understand certain aspects to learn from Indian unicorn and Indian startup ecosystem. Growth hacking is one of the I would say very important aspect during our journey, because it gives us the more and more customers, and it runs our wheel of the cash inflow and revenue model. So growth hacking is very important for each and every startup uh, when it comes to the growth, when it comes to the scalability, cross border within the country, like pan nation or across the world. But before we move on to the growth hacking part, or growth strategy, many of the time we call it a go to market strategy if we are launching our startup, right? So before we move on to that part, we need to understand, as an entrepreneur, we need to understand various basic aspects of the startup and entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial mindset, so that we and our team, of course it is not only one person, but we as a team can work together, collaborate with other people also, and we can achieve our target, we can achieve our key goals or KPIs that we have set for. So I'm going to start with a couple of basic things. If I'm not sure if some of you are just aspiring entrepreneurs, or maybe some of you are from the schools and colleges, or just starting your own startup. So I'll just for contextualizing my session, I'll just start with some basic aspect, and then we'll move towards growth hacking, and I'll end by giving you some insights about startup ecosystem or unicorn ecosystem in India. Uh, I hope I'm audible loud and clear to everyone. So this entire thing will be presented to you for only training purpose, academic discussions only, and wherever we have reproduced something like copyrighted sources, we have acknowledged all of them. Little bit on my company, what we do here in India, and with the startup ecosystem across the world, so that we can contextually connect with each other and interact with each other. So at INNODESK, we are working in the areas of design thinking, creativity and innovation, startup ecosystem, and emerging technology. And whatever we do is based on the design driven innovation strategy and this human centered design called design thinking. So at the center of our all programs, content, courses, modules, workshops, and consulting work, we are keeping this human centered design driven innovation strategy at the core of the programs. And we are having 35 highly reputed educated mentors across the world who come from various diverse field and background, and help our startups, help our students, faculty members, and stakeholders. And our goal at INNODESK, or our mission, is to implement the National Education Policy 2020 in academia, and achieving the Atmanirbhar Bharat goal, uh, and self-reliant India goal in a due course, by nurturing and enhancing creativity, innovation, entrepreneurial mindset, attitude, and skills among the young minds of India, as well as around the world. And we do it all through our various flagship program, custom-made courses that we have made for the students, startups, and other professionals, so that they can go through the structured methodology with all hands-on experiential learning thing. And when they are going through the course, or when they are going through the training or modules, they are building their own startup while doing the coursework, right? So you can connect with us on social media with my handler called INNODESK Zone. So this is about my company, a brief on me, but already Mr. Tilan has mentioned the profile, so I'll just skip it for a while. Yeah, so when it comes to the startup, when it comes to the business, right, we always say that innovation and entrepreneurship is interlinked, interconnected. And this innovation and entrepreneurship has become a driver of growth, right? Driver of growth for all the nations, right, around the world. If we see right now, innovation and entrepreneurship is one of the major factor behind the growth of the nation, economy of the economic development of the nation. But the innovation and entrepreneurship is not a new term, like it's not 25 30 years old terminology, right? We have used it from the centuries, and the entire human evolution happened with the innovation and some kind of entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship, the startup ecosystem that we are witnessing nowadays are not the same as we have seen or we have experienced earlier, centuries old, right? But the human evolution, human evolved with the invention of the technology, invention of various tools and techniques and products and services. So human being not only using the innovation aspects or entrepreneurship aspect since last decade or maybe couple of decades, but it is when we started exchanging our goods and services in terms of like bartering system, and when it started the trade, the first human, when they started the trade across the nation, the innovation and entrepreneurship term, right, are linked to that time. And nowadays with the expansion of the technology, with the new coming up with the new technologies and market demand, ever changing market demand, this entire terminology, this entire ecosystem has been changed. And that is where we are witnessing nowadays innovation or entrepreneurship startup is not only creating a product and services, but they are more into the creating the experiential innovation. They want to create, any startup need to create the experience innovation which their user stakeholder would like to get, right? And that is why innovation and entrepreneurship are interlinked. If you want to do startup, innovation need to be there. Your client, or I mean your investor would ask you what kind of new things are you developing, right? What is different than your competitors? What is the value proposition in your startup or in your idea? So when you want to have the entrepreneurial journey, startup thing, right? Innovation needs to be there. Innovation must be there. And innovation is not a eureka moment. I'll just explain this thing in a couple of slides down the line. But we need to understand that innovation and entrepreneurship are interconnected. And to have the good startup idea, you need to have the innovation as a prerequisite. So it is also a myth or misconception around the, I mean, mainly in the people who are just starting or who are the aspiring entrepreneurs, that what are the difference or what is the thin line between business and startup. So I just would like to give you some perspective, and this perspective are based on the startup definitions, or when we define startup in Indian ecosystem, when government is trying to fund the startups through various schemes, we are defining the startups in this way. And also, of course, across the world, when it comes to the financing or investment, part of the startup, investors are also looking this difference, in the startups as well as traditional business. So if someone is opening a tea stall, kirana store, grocery store, or like a coffee shop, at the corner of your street, he has ventured out something, he has developed some business, or he is, creating a business and running it. He might have, invested a lot of money, maybe 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 50 lakh rupees, but they are not solving any problem, right? They are doing the same thing as millions of people in the same business, in the same domain are doing. So when one chai wala, one, coffee shop or grocery store, opened, so they are doing the same thing. They are running the business, they are creating the business and running it for some revenue model. They are not solving any key problems, pain points of the world, of the people, of the society. And they are not also creating any value or new experience for their customer. But the same tea stall or tea, business comes with the new kind of experience, new value, solving certain problems, or fulfilling the demand or gaps into the market, using some management principle, standardizing their products and services, and creating a value for their customer, creating a new market and entirely a new experience for their customer. It is called as a startup, right? So startup in the world's eye is something which creates, which have the new idea, new product or service. That doesn't mean invention. Okay, when I say new idea, new product, or novel idea, that doesn't mean completely a new invention. It is, a better version of the existing product, but it should create a value. It should gives the better experience for your users and customer. So entrepreneur is someone who solves the problem first, who identify the problem or pain points of the people, and maybe market needs. So it may be a problem or market opportunity, and add value to whatever they are doing in their domain. Then and then it would be considered as an entrepreneurship, right? So in my perspective or my understanding, I define entrepreneurship in very basic language. There are many definitions available on internet, but when it comes to entrepreneurship, I understand that we need to convert a creative ideas, right? So first of all, you need to have some creative idea which solves the unmet real needs of the user, which are not solved, which are unmet, which are not unsaid, hidden needs, right? Which are not obvious. So you need to have, thorough market research to identify those unmet and hidden needs. Through innovation, through converting your ideas into innovation, using feasible technology, because technology makes it more, reliable, scalable, efficient, cheaper product or cheaper solution, and viable business model. So when it comes to entrepreneurship, these things need to be there, or we look as a investor, or when we grant a student or someone some money or some kind of seed funding. So for creating your startup, what you need, what factors you need to consider is first of all a creative idea. If you don't have creative idea and still you want to start a startup, if some of you want to create a startup but you don't have any idea, right? But you have a desire to start your own startup. So don't worry about it, right? Just keep your eyes, ear and minds open. Just look around you, in your surrounding. Just observe your surrounding and find out what are the pain points, problem people are facing, what are the market gaps or needs are there, and come up with the creative idea. Once you have that creative idea, it is not only one creative idea, it may be tons of ideas which you then converse, refine and create your product. That product can be tangible, intangible, any kind of thing, maybe product, service, system, anything, process, right? But you convert your creative idea into an innovation, which is we call innovative product. For that, you will have the competent team, strong team, multidisciplinary team, because multidisciplinary team is must for the startup. You can't be there for each and every department or each and every task of your startup, right? Initially, people do that, but I would suggest that find a co-founder or a team, people who buy your idea and willing to work with you as or collaborate with you. So strong team is very much required, and perfect execution strategy, right? A thoughtful execution strategy. Without execution strategy, your planning will become only on paper, or maybe it will not work. So on paper work required, it is mandatory, but only on paper work or planning will not work. So you need to have a execution strategy. You execute, you refine, you learn from it, you analyze, you measure your progress, and then you go back again into the market. So these four aspects are very much important to be validated before you actually go for the growth hacking, or before you actually launch your product into the market. So on paper, these things needs to be validated. Along with these four aspects, the three pillars are also very much important for the startup success. And those are technology. So technology driven startups or ideas are very well funded, and venture capitalists and all the investors are looking for kind of technology enabled ideas, right? The people for whom you are developing your product or services, and your own people, team, right? And then the business processes, operations and business structure, right? So these three are the pillar. Along with the four aspect, this entire slide, this one slide becomes your business model, right? So we always use the business model canvas 9 building block, right? But before to reach to that, also you need to validate these four aspect and three pillars, right? This becomes your business model, divided into 9 building blocks further when you use BMC canvas, right? A business model canvas. But this is very much important for any startup at initial stage. when they are just at the idea stage, or just planning for their startup thing, right? It is required to validate all these aspects. So, and that is why if you are not validating all these things, mainly there are many reasons why startup fail, and CB Insight research report reported that 42% startup fail because there is no market need, right? The first and foremost thing, very important aspect, is to find out the market need, the customer requirement, pain points of the customer, right? And that is why we always say that innovation is important to identify, I mean, innovation or innovative idea is important to solve that market need, right? And identification of the market need becomes the very first step into startup journey, into entrepreneurship journey. But as I mentioned, innovation is not a eureka moment. It is structured and thoughtful process. It is not a miracle. It takes time, right? It takes, uh, uh, resources, persistent effort, continuous effort, and hard work, right? It is not overnight thing. You can't get innovation at a gunpoint, right? So you need to allow your team and yourself a time and resources to flourish your idea and take it to the innovation, right? You can come up with the ideas in a flash of insight, but innovation is not like that. Innovation is a structured and thoughtful process. And for that reason, we are using design thinking as a that structured and thoughtful process. Today, I'm not going to go into detail, but I'll just show you one or two slides on it so you can understand, and why, as I mentioned, why we are keeping this design thinking at the center of the startup idea or startup growth. And why design thinking is important? It is because human needs, market demand, and world is changing very fast, right? It is not only developing a product and services with its functionality, good looking product, quality, price, right? All these become the norm for all the competitors into your sector, right? So if there are 10 competitors, all need to provide the highest quality product with lowest price, better quality product with the lowest price, with good looking structure or good looking shape. But it is the experience that win for you, right? Which will decide the success or failure of your startup, which becomes the what we call it a cherry on the cake. So you need to go beyond that norms of the industry right now, and you need to provide the experience innovation. That is nothing but the value proposition, or you can say USP. So when someone asks you what is the USP or value proposition of your startup, so you need to define that one aspect, two aspect, or couple of things which will provide different experience than your competitor. And that is why customer will come to you, right? That is why they buy your product, even though maybe you charge them higher price, right? And that is why we have moved from design to design thinking, not only designing the product like functionality and aesthetically, but it is more design thinking through experiential innovation, innovative business model, right? So when it comes to startup, when it comes to developing the product or services, three factors are very much important. And these three are the lenses for innovation, three lenses of innovation: people's desirability, technological feasibility, and business viability, right? And out of these three, first you need to identify the people's desirability. Whatever solution, whatever product, service you are developing, whether it is desirable by people or not, whether it is desirable to by them for utilize and buy or not, right? So if there is no desirability, if there is no market demand, if there is no problem that your product or service would solve, there is no point of developing it, right? So first and foremost thing, 42% startup, we have seen the report, 42% startup fail because they haven't observed, or they haven't considered this part, people's desirability, right? And in that 42% startup, 90% of startups comes in this time. So then once you identify what problem, pain point, or market need your startup would solve or satisfy, then you go for the technological feasibility. Then you see technological or resource feasibility, business aspect, right? I mean, the resource aspect of the business. And then you will integrate the business viability. How I will make this business model or a startup idea marketable, and profitable. So when these three aspects integrate, and for that we use design thinking. When you use design thinking process, tools and technique, you will always get the experience innovation. This junction called as a sweet spot for the innovation. When you integrate these three lenses, three factors of innovation, you will get this sweet spot for the innovation, which is the experience innovation. Now, why this experience innovation is important nowadays is because, as I mentioned, startup and businesses are not only creating a product and services which are functional, good looking, just quality, and providing a lowest cost, but it is the experience that their users and stakeholder would like to get from their product and services. And that's why experience innovation is more important. And that is why Apple can sell you a 1,50,000 iPhone, even though there are mobile phones available from Samsung and other companies, maybe half price and same quality, same features, function, but still people are buying that experience innovation. So you need to target your audience, you need to segment your market and identify their hidden needs, aspirations, and that is why persona of your target audience is very much important, right? So persona is a big thing in our innovation journey. So once you define and finalize a appropriate persona, a right persona, right, you will target a market in a proper way, and that is where you can generate the experience innovation, and they will come to you over and over again. But this is the design thinking all over the world we are using, and very useful, very tested, formula tested methods, one of the method. But I have added two more aspect to it, because we are living in this VUCA world and we can't expect to just creating a product and services just like that. And that is why sustainability and ethic is very much important. We need to integrate sustainability and ethic whenever we are designing a product or services, because it is not acceptable that startup would generate a product or create a product and service which solves the one problem, but it would create 10 other problems, right? And that is where we can't overlook, we can't neglect these aspects. And that's where, as per my understanding, this completes the entire entrepreneurship notion in this VUCA world or VUCA time, right? So whenever you are working on your idea, kindly look at this aspect, kindly integrate them, don't overlook, don't neglect those aspects, and try to achieve this experience innovation using whatever approaches you would like to use. And that is where we always mentor our startup using combination of design thinking, lean startup, agile methodology. All these three methodologies are a different topic for the workshops or entire course, so I'm not going to go through it, but of course you can use such kind of combination of the methodology when it comes to the entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial journey. So now let's talk about the growth hacking, and I will quickly go through some of the aspect because of the time. We can't go into detail tools and techniques and everything, but I'll give you some of the perspective and align with the whatever I have discussed right now. Earlier, right? We will align this growth hacking to that, and understanding why growth is important, and what kind of strategies you can make. So startup is all about growth. When we say startup, we see startup as a growing company, we see startup as a scalable thing. And when we start our entrepreneurial journey, right, we need to define that growth. We always define vision and mission, which we inherently have the growth aspect or the strategies and planning, right? Our key objectives and key goals behind this startup, right? So entrepreneurial journey begins with defining the growth, and that is where it is not only when it comes to scale your idea or grow your customer, but it should be considered from the starting of your entrepreneurial journey. May or may not you are working towards that, but at least you need to understand how your market will how your market is growing, what are the market dynamics, how the customer requirements are changing in that particular market or particular domain, right? How the technology and other tools and techniques of marketing and sales are changing, and what investors are looking for when it comes to the startup growth or startup investment. So all these things we need to consider, and we need to evolve over the time. So as a startup, as a company also, I mean, not only startup, but for business also, we need to build the culture of experimentation. Growth is all about experimentation, right? I will, in the next slide, I will explain that, growth is not only about marketing, or marketing is not only about growth hacking, right? We need to build a culture of experimentation, and growth hacking is all about experimentation, driven process. So when we build this kind of culture of experimentation, we can learn, we can become more and more agile and flexible towards the exponentially changing world and exponentially changing market demands. And that is why when we build the experiment, or when we do certain experiments for our idea, for our marketing strategies, right, we always have a chance to optimize it, we always have a chance to refine it. And if we are experimenting, then and then we are getting the feedbacks from the customer, feedbacks from the market and our own stakeholders, where we can identify the areas where we could fail, or we would fail into the future, right? So we can identify those failure aspect, and we can pivot our strategies, our product and service. So what is growth hacking? Growth hacking is an experiment driven process, right? It is a mindset, it is a process. Growth hacking is not only tools and technique, or particular 1 plus 1 kind of 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 kind of formula. It is process, it is a mindset, right, to determine the most effective ways of growing a business, right? This is the definition of the growth hacking. But we need to understand growth hacking as a mindset, as a process, as a developing culture of experimentation, developing the agile environment within our startup thing or a company. So as I mentioned, growth hacking is a mindset, and we focus on very fast sustaining and growing strategies which help us to identify various loopholes into our strategy, and quickly move on to the market, or acquire the customer base, so that we can grow and our revenue would grow, right? So when it comes to growth hacking, we also need to understand that it is not magic. It is also not overnight journey. It is not overnight thing. It is not guarantee that when you use the growth hacking, you will be accomplish your target or the KPIs, right? But when you use it, the chances of failure will be decreased. The chances of retaining your customer would be increased, and that is what we want when we have that growth strategy or scalability aspect. So as I mentioned, growth hacking is not a marketing. Marketing is just one part of the growth hacking, right? It is, many of the time people understand that growth hacking is marketing strategy. Let's create a marketing strategy. Let's invest into the marketing tools and technique, and create the marketing materials, and let's done it, right? And people understand that it is all about growth hacking, but it is not that, right? There is a big difference between marketing and growth. Marketing is a part of the growth. Growth involves marketing, development of your product and services over the time, pivoting of the product, designing part, right? Engineering aspect, data analysis, data mining, and all that stuff. So it is a cross-functional, what we can say, activity, right? It is a cross-functional area where you would require a growth team, growth hacking team, right? Growth hackers are not only the marketers, right? They are the strategists behind the business, right? They are the innovation strategists, right? And they work across the department, with the multiple departments in your company. So they use combination of many things when it comes to the marketing, selling or sales part, and of course other aspects like design engineering, data analytics, and there are various tools and techniques for growth hacking that we use as a part of growth hacking, right? As a part of the process, development of that process, as a part of mindset, right? So as a startup owner or entrepreneur, you need to understand, you need to develop that mindset, you need to develop that attitude and skills which will help you to create the growth hacking strategies, right? Or you need to hire someone who are good at those mindset and skills. So growth hacking or growth hacker term was coined by Sin Ellis and in 2010 around, maybe from Silicon Valley, and he said that product without growth do not create any kind of impact in your market or in your sector, in your industry. So product must have that growth strategy, growth hacking aspect to create an impact. And impact is something which every brand would look forward, right, to creating, because it creates the brand, it creates the brand image, and it gives you the brand equity, right? So product plus growth is equal to impact. And for growth hacking, you need people and process. It is a process, it is a mindset. You also require the growth hacking team, and that's where the growth hacking team sits in the conjunction between the all the departments. It is across the department. It is not only one team, one marketing or sales team which works for the growth hacking, which works for the growth of your company, of your product and service. That doesn't happen like that, right? So growth hacking team is a cross-functional, multidisciplinary team, and they work with all the department. They collaborate with all the department, and that is why it is also very much important that your growth hacking part or growth strategies needs to be all the team needs to be aware about those strategy, so that they can achieve the target, achieve the goals all together, right? So growth hacker or growth hacking head needs to align all the functions, all the department into towards the hacking. The process is very simple, and as I mentioned, the design thinking process, it is also related to that. It is also similar to that. So what we do is we analyze the data, we analyze the existing strategies of our company, then we ideate based on that analysis. So it is not only analyzing the data, it is also going out and talking to the people, getting the feedback, right, and getting the current data which is currently happening in the domain, right? It is not only analyzing 2 months or 6 months past data. That is also important, but you need to go out to the people, to the users and stakeholder, and find out the data, analyze it. Based on your analysis, you ideate many of the ideas, you come up with the great ideas for growth hacking or for strategies. You prioritize those ideas, you implement it, test it, and the cycle will go and on and on. So it is iterative cycle, it is experimentation process, it is not one time thing. So for the success of your startup, two questions are very much important, right? And that comes to the people's desirability. The first aspect of design thinking, identifying the right need, right problem, right pain point of the people, of the market. So who are your customer and what do they want, right? And that is where we identify the product market, right? So who are your customer, market needs, and what they want, what is the possible product, possible solution they want. And when we create that product market fit using our MVP strategies, right, our product, our solution would satisfy the market need. We must need to achieve this product market fit, which we also call as a value proposition, USP, right? So we need to achieve, before we go on to growth strategy or growth hacking aspect or developing a growth hacking strategy, we first need to identify the product market fit. We first need to validate the product market fit. whether whatever we have developed. Otherwise, what will happen? You develop your growth team, or the people would develop the best strategy for growth, but it doesn't meet the customer's requirement. There is no market need. Your product and market needs are not aligning. It's not fitting, right? And that's where your entire growth strategy would fail. So the foundation for success for your startup as well as for your growth hacking strategy is to identify, is to validate the product market fit. This is the first prerequisite before we launch or before we implement our growth strategy. So product market fit would identify the metrics, attributes that represents the value that user would get from the product, right? So it is some of the metrics, attributes that we need to identify, which provide the value for users and for the user, so that they would get the experience what they would like to get. And we need to measure these attributes, these metrics, right? So that we can have the repeated users, repeated our customer base. We can retain them in a better way. If you don't have this product market fit, don't think about growth. Don't go for the growth marketing or growth hacking strategy, right? So first identify, first validate the product market fit, and then go on to the growth strategy. And you always need to optimize, personalize, and humanize your product market fit part, right? So you need to be adaptable, flexible, agile enough to contextualize and iterate or pivot your product based on the market needs which are changing. And market needs, people need, human needs are changing very fast. So you need to be observant of your market. You need to understand the market dynamic and change your strategy based on the changes which are happening. So couple of industry, couple of great startup have achieved their product market fit. So for Instagram, the metric that represents the value are the active users, and their ideal frequency of usage is daily. People are using Instagram daily. For Uber, the metric is the travelers, who go, travelers or riders, and the frequency is daily, weekly, or monthly. Airbnb, booking and stays, and annually. And OTT platform, the metric is watching hours, right? Their connectivity, and the ideal usage is daily. So you need to also understand this. You need to also identify such kind of metric, and need to refine those and try to achieve those metric based on the market conditions, so that you can identify the gaps and you can implement your strategy in a better way. So when it comes to growth hacking, we need to understand what's our customer journey, because through customer journey, right, once you understand how your customer becomes the customer, what are their journey, right, from awareness to conversion, and conversion to retain, and then repeat customers, right? How they are becoming the customer, where they are going, what they are doing, what are the touch points with your product and service. So if you understand the customer journey well, you can strategize your growth hacking part in a better manner. Is your website, is your marketing material, is your social media presence helping the conversions, helping the people? Are people coming to your website and not finding relevant experience, information? Are your customer coming to the social media post and they are not feeling engaged, or not getting their question answered? All these needs to be observed and refined, right, if required. So we need to have the conversion centered design, conversion centered strategy, so that we can convert our customers, our potential customer into our daily customers, or maybe monthly, or whatever your strategy is. And set the smart goals for the growth. Smart goals are specific. So you need to be specific in your strategy. It needs to be measurable. Don't have the misfit goals which are not fitting with your strategy, or which are not fitting with your uh, purpose of your startup. And it should be achievable, relevant, and time bound, right? It should be also time bound. It also, I mean, growth hacking, we say that it is a fast and innovative, creative, and low cost strategy, but it also involves the budget and resources. So allow and give the budget or resources to your team or to yourself if you are a growth hacker, and set that smart goals: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So there are many frameworks available for growth hacking, but very common is, I'm just giving you the steps where you define your objectives, right? And objectives are need to be defined based on the audience, based on the target customer, based on the need, market need, so that you can achieve that. Foster new ideas, right? Follow focus on the lifetime value, focus on the value proposition which gives them the lifetime value or experience. Determine prioritize that ideas, and implement the new strategy, and finally measure and analyze the result. So this is the simple framework for growth hacking. And you can of course create your own framework. Many companies, many startup has created their own framework and added or removed some of the steps, but more or less these are the steps, or these are the thing which required uh, for growth hacking, where you first identify, define your objective, define your growth strategy, right? Foster the new ideas, come up with the new ideas, measure existing, or look at the existing marketing strategy and improve upon that. Determine, prioritize, implement those strategy, because execution is the key to growth, right? If you are developing great strategy, but if you are not implementing it, if you are not executing it properly, right, it will fail, right? And at the end, always measure and analyze, right? So always take the customer feedback, what they are trying to say, what they are trying to tell you about your product and service, and try to analyze the result and refine your strategy and go for the next strategy. So Sin Ali says that, who is considered as the father of growth hacking, and he has developed, or he has coined this term called growth hackers. So he's saying that if you are not running experiments, if you are not improving it, after every cycle of your strategy, of your action, you are not probably growing, right? And that's where experiment based, experiment led process and mindset is required for the growth hacking. So these are a couple of tactics. I will not go through it because everyone knows that, and you can, these are a couple of them you can do here and there as per your startup, as per your requirement. So these are a couple of things that people are using it. You can find out on the net also. And these are a couple of channels for the growth, various kind of channels: SEO and performance marketing, traditional marketing, content creators, free social media, and the thing all are web based, and some of them are app based, and audio podcast or Google Assistant, and YouTube and video kind of strategies are very much popular nowadays, and people are more engaging through video marketing material. So you need to experiment, and you need to find out what works for you and what is not working for you, right? It is depend and uh, it is changing as per the product, as per the service, as per the market, or as per the sector. And why all social media or digital strategies or digital tools and tactics are there? It is because we are living in the digital world, right? Out of 7 more than 7 billion people, right, 5.22 billion people are unique mobile phone users, 4.66 billion people are using internet, and 4.20 billion people are active on social media. So you need to find out where your user and stakeholders are, how to reach them? What are the channels? What are the best channels to reach them? And then optimize those channels and strategy, right? And that is why internet, that is why mobile, or this kind of digital strategies or tactics are very much important, right? These are the number of years particular product or thing took for reaching 50 million users, right? So aeroplane took 68 years, television took 22 years, YouTube took 4 years, whereas Pokemon Go took 19 days only, right? So that is how we are becoming a, digital people, or we are optimizing, we are leveraging our digital presence. I mean, as a startup, we should leverage the digital presence of the people and of our target audience. And Asia, right? If you see global internet user distribution, Asia or Asian region are half of the world's internet user are there, right? These are a couple of things, but I'll just go through the last part of the talk, and I'll just wrap up quickly by giving you the glimpse of the Indian startup unicorn startup ecosystem. So as you know that India is now third at the unicorn startup ecosystem and one of the tech startup hub in the world. And it is because various policies, various and ecosystem support how the ecosystem grows. So recently, in a May, we touched 100 unicorn startup in India, and now we have more than 100 unicorn startup in India by the Indian entrepreneurs. The startup ecosystem developed and flourished because of many reasons. First of all, the entrepreneurial culture always inherited in India, and it got ignited through the government policy and the entire world's economic development. The experienced mentors, regulatory framework, collaborative culture of the various parts of the Indian startup ecosystem, visibility for the success. Government is also making startup success visible on a international platform. The risk tolerance, availability of capital, and the technical skills. These are a couple of aspects why startup ecosystem is growing in India and grown across the world too. So these are just a number statistics for the startup ecosystem. So there were in 2022 there were more than 25,000 tech startup total. There is nowadays there is more than 55,000 startup registered startup under the Startup India scheme or Department of promotions for innovations and policies, right? There are many unicorns developed or entered into the unicorn club. So 42 unicorn entered in 2021, and around 80, 75, 80 was there from 2020, from 2011 to 21. But nowadays there is more than 100. And the main reason or major reason playing behind this success is active incubators, accelerator, and co-working space, right? So 40% these accelerator incubators are growing at the 40% rate, and there are more than 300, 400 such kind of places where student as well as aspiring entrepreneur get support, various kind of support, right? So these are the numbers. I'll just go through it. So India is third largest tech startup, and it is because of the growing Indian economy. What are the factors behind that? Some factors are like growing Indian economy, favorable demography. So we have a great demography and demographic advantage. Active government support. The government right now, the government is very active, very supportive for the startup and for the businesses. Corporate connect and private investors. High scope in rural areas, right? We are people, I mean, Indian 70% of the India is living in the rural areas and tier 3, tier 4 cities, right? Towns. So that leverage the the startup ecosystem has leveraged that potential, and many of the ground level startups or ideas have developed from such rural areas, right? So what are the factors helping the unicorn startup? First and foremost, if you see all the unicorn startup, they are customer centric. They have identified the unique selling proposition, their value proposition based on the customer problem or pain point, or maybe the market gap. If you see all the unicorns, Oyo, Ola, or Farm Easy, and there are many, right? Byju's, everyone has identified the customer requirement, which is the very first and foremost aspect in entrepreneurial journey. Understanding market dynamics, execution and customer acquisition strategy, technology, right? Technology plays very crucial role. Master the fundraising aspect. Indian startup are nowadays raising a fund from world's greatest, biggest or bigger VCs and other investment funding agencies, and branding and growth strategy, right? So these are couple of factors which help the unicorn startup or startups entered into the unicorn club. And I would consider these factors very much important when it comes to the growth strategy, when it comes to development of your idea, right? Where initial, very early stage, if you identify certain things like customer, problems and pain points, understand the market dynamics and how to acquire the customer, right? And what kind of technology, because technology makes it completely different. But technology is not everything. Many of the startup, failed and made the mistake of starting with the technology, and they don't see or neglect the customer requirements or market needs. And that is where, even if you are coming up with great technological innovative idea, you would fail because there is no market need. People would not buy, people would not desirable to utilize your product or service, right? And that is why technology comes second, but first is a market need, customer centric business model, right? And then other aspect, like when it comes to fundraising, branding, growth strategy, all will follow. But these 3-4 things are very much important at early stage, initial stage. So what are the way forward? What we need to do to develop as a collaborative ecosystem is, we are doing, we are integrating this entrepreneurship, startup, creativity, innovation, design thinking into school curriculum. So the new education policy 2020, National Education Policy 2020, NEP 2020, developed by India, Ministry of Education. Now they are integrating this all subjects, this all aspect as a subject into school curriculum, into school and college curriculum, right? So design thinking, recently I have got a news that design thinking is now being implemented from 6th standard onward in CBSE. Many of the college and university has included design thinking, startup, entrepreneurship and innovation as a subject. Bridging the digital divide. As I mentioned, India lives, 70% of people lives in a rural area. So they are using internet and mobile, but they are not, well versed about the technology. So the startup are also identifying the areas where they can bridge this digital divide, right? The help in or support in high-end technology. So there are many technological parks government has developed for Indian startup, so that they can develop their technological ideas and MVP, and promoting startup in various areas like agriculture, defense, drone technology, tech, healthcare, woman-led startup, right? So I think 16 to 18% of the startup founders are from women. I mean, from the women, women co-founders or founders are there. So women-led startups and social entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial startup. So a couple of things we also need to understand and maybe collaborate in these aspects to learn from the efforts being made. So I would just conclude by saying that we don't get innovation or growth at a gunpoint, right? It is a structured process, thoughtful process. It requires time. It is not overnight journey, right? And it is iterative and experimental. We need to create the strategy of fail fast, fail safe, and fail cheap. And failed experiments are better than the failed businesses, right? You can't wait for 6 months, develop your startup, and then fail into the market. Instead of that, 6 months after failing, having a biggest failure into the market, when you launch your product, fail 6 times while developing your MVP or testing with your user. Because when you are testing with them, they will not consider this failure as a failure of your company or of your brand, right? So failed experiments are better than failed businesses. And this is how entrepreneur innovators journey would look like. It is always ups and down, but you need to learn from it. If you enjoy this journey, right, you will be learning as well as it will be satisfying journey for you, right? So always have a learning attitude and refine, iterate, pivot your product and service as you go. Your plan may look like something like this: in 1 year, 2 year, I will reach to that. But when you execute it in a reality, you will face many hurdles, many problems. So you need to develop the mindset, you need to develop the skills so that you can overcome all these hurdles. And your enterprise may fail, your one or two startup idea may fail, but as an entrepreneur, you don't fail if you develop the mindset, attitude, and skill, right? And that is most important for entrepreneur, for startup, to develop those kind of mindset, attitude, and skill. So what is the right time to start your startup? Many of you have started. So when you have right team, idea, market, execution of plan. But those who are sitting here as an aspiring entrepreneur, one advice I would give you is, don't wait for all of that. Just start. Just start with your startup thing. Just start with your idea or whatever you have in your mind. Everything will come into place. And entire ecosystem, the world ecosystem, will help you to flourish your idea. We all are with you, but you just need to start. You just need to have that fire in your belly to start, have the passion, and work, have that commitment to work hard, right? So just start. With that, I would conclude here. I'm sorry I took some more time from the great next expert. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I'll just stop.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Karmjitsinh. Thank you so much for your commitment and taking the time to share your great knowledge with our young entrepreneurs from Sri Lanka. Thank you so much for your efforts as well. And also, India is truly an inspiration, producing unicorns. Over 100 as of now. And you are also truly an inspiration. And I'm pretty sure Sri Lankan young entrepreneurs learned a lot from your great presentation. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thilan. If they have any questions, you can send me afterwards. I don't want to come in between the next expert's talk.
Sure, definitely.
You can share their questions to me afterwards. Yeah.
I will.
Thank you, everyone.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Mr. Bihola. So I'm going to start the next session, which will be conducted by Dr. Jim Friedman. He is the Chief Steward, World Creativity and Innovation Week, and also he is a great professor of creativity and entrepreneurship from Miami University. He's going to focus on invention engine, imagination, creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Dr. Jim, are you online?
I am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Jim, for taking the time for our young entrepreneurs. Very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I could see everybody for a second. Am I going to be able to see?
Yes, we have actually about 80 young entrepreneurs here from different sectors. So we got a brilliant amalgamation of a different entrepreneurial mind from the Sri Lankan perspective. I'm pretty sure your session gonna be very, very interesting because you're an expert in creativity and you have an ample amount of huge experience in the world, entrepreneurial world, the creative entrepreneurial world. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, have a round of applause, a big round of applause for Dr. Jim.
It is great. It is great to see you all. Hopefully, we're going to make this a little bit more of a conversation than just me talking at you for the next period of time. because I'm frankly, this is the first time I've ever spoken in Sri Lanka. Wish that I could be there in person, because that would be great fun. Maybe even taking a cricket gamer, because I love baseball here in the United States. I've always been fascinated with what goes on in cricket, but for right now, I want to talk about creativity. And I don't know exactly where you all are in your study, so let's create a foundation as to what real creativity is, because I travel around a lot, and when I get on an airplane and somebody says, what do you do? My answer is, I teach creativity. And their first response is, I'm not creative. No, I don't know anything about that. No, I'm not creative. That's what most people believe, because when we talk about creativity, most people believe it's about painting or drawing or dancing or singing or all of those expressive art-making kinds of things. And so they don't believe they're creative. But if I answer when they ask, what do you do? If I say, I share innovation with companies, they all say, absolutely, that's very important, and we need more of that. So regular people, most people, see a difference in creativity than they do in innovation. They believe innovation is important, but they don't see that creativity and innovation are actually approximately the same things. So let's begin there. There are two types of creativity. Yes, creativity is about art making. Yes, creativity is about how we can in many ways make things beautiful. But there's a second type of creativity, which is what's most important to you all, and that is thinking creativity. That is finding second right answers. That is, how can I do something different in ways that have never been done before? How can I make the world a little bit different place? So that's the creativity we want to talk about. And it is part of what we consider kind of a four-part, what we call the innovation engine. Okay, so let's begin there. So am I going to be able to, let's see if I can share here. Yeah, I can. That's so cool. All right, so the innovation engine begins with imagination. That's where everything starts. If you can imagine it, you can make it happen. What we know for a fact is that we're all a whole lot more imaginative when we're young than when we are when we get older. So imagination is where it starts. But the second step is what we call applied imagination or creativity. So creativity is what happens in our brains. It's when we work with things, we challenge things, we think of different ways we can do them, we alter them, we look at them from different angles, we think about the possibilities, and that's creativity. And creativity is just the most common word in our thinking process. But the next part, applied creativity, and this is, I think, one of the most overlooked parts, is the part that we call innovation. That's the doing part. These three steps, the imagination, the creativity, and the innovation. Innovation, think prototyping, think beginning iterations, trying things out, making mistakes is really important in the innovation time. These three parts are what are called the front end of entrepreneurship: imagination, creativity, innovation is really the critical foundations of what we call entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurship is when we take all of those things we imagine, work with, and try out, we take them to the public. We monetize them. We bring them into society and make them better. Okay? So that's what we're talking about when we talk about the front end of innovation, what I want to talk about here today. And I want to start with a story about a guy named George Land. And George Land is a scientist. He's one of the earliest researchers. One of the coolest things about creativity is that, you know, we've been studying mathematics for 1,000 years. We've been studying medicine for thousands of years. We've been studying science, for religion, philosophy for thousands of years. We have actually been studying creativity for approximately 70 years. That's how young the research in creativity is, because it began essentially after the Second World War. There was somebody who wondered, why do some pilots get shot down and others don't? Why do some spies get captured and others don't? And they decided to research it. Well, if you ask my students, maybe if I ask you, which pilots got shot down or which spies got captured, you would say it's the smart pilots that don't get shot down. It's the smart ones, the highest grade point average. It's the highest grades who get away. But what they found in research is it's just the opposite. The highest GPA, the smartest pilots, the smartest spies, they get shot down first. They get captured first. Anybody have any idea why that is? I can't see you, so I can't call on you. Anyway, the real reason is that the definition of smart in school is follows the rules, read the book, knows the first right answer. And the definition of creativity is not the first right answer. The definition is, how can I do it differently? So that when pilots were getting shot at, if they did what the textbook said and did their evasive action and it didn't work, they were out of ideas. They only had one. Spies who were captured to evade, they did what the book said. If it didn't work, they were out of answers. It's only those people who can come up with lots of other ways. Well, Dr. George Land knew that. Dr. George Land was a scientist at NASA, which is the United States space program. And Dr. George Land, his responsibility was to find the scientists who were going to build the rocket ships that would send men to the moon, be able to land on the moon, and then come back. Well, it had never been done before. And since it had never been done before, Dr. Land knew that he couldn't just hire the smartest. He couldn't just hire the best grade point average. He had to hire people who could think differently. And what George Land did was he gave a test. And he gave this test to determine not just how smart they were, but how creative they were. But he also did something really amazing. He gave the same test to the PhD scientists, and he gave that same test to 1,600 5-year-olds. The same test to the PhD scientists, the same to 1,600 5-year-olds. And he was shocked to find that the 5-year-olds scored at a 98% genius level. He didn't expect this. 5-year-olds scored at a genius level, 98%. So he followed the same 1,600 5-year-olds and he gave them the same test 5 years later. And 5 years later, when they were 10 years old, He gave the same 1,600 students the exact same test, but this time they scored at a 30% genius level. How could they drop so much in just 5 years? So he followed the same 1,600 for 5 more years. He gave them the exact same test when they were 15, the exact same 1,600 students, and they scored at a 12% genius level. To this day, adults, just like they did back then, the PhD scientists score at a 2% genius level. This is how creativity works. We are born with it, and it is taught out of us as we get older. So what Dr. Land discovered in his research is that creativity is not inherited. It is not learned. Creativity is unlearned. We own it when we're kids, and it goes down throughout our lives. They teach it out of us. So my job as a professor of creativity at the college level is not to teach. It is to unlearn all the things that took creativity away from us. And that really is the main point. I can show you the trajectory, which shows 2 different things. Number one, as I just showed you, creativity starts high when we're 5, goes down to our adulthood. But the same trajectory, it has 2 other things to it. Number one, the number of questions we ask throughout our lives. The number of questions we ask. We ask 65 questions on average at 5 years old, every single day. I'm assuming it's the same in Sri Lanka. Ask your parents, when you're a kid, do you ask a lot of questions? Of course you do. What's that? Why is that? Can I touch that? Can I play with that? Where are we going? What does that do? Can I talk to that? Right? Can I touch that? And as we go on throughout our lives, we ask fewer and fewer questions. The other thing is that when we're kids, we laugh a lot. We laugh on average 113 times a day. By the time we're adults, things just aren't as funny anymore. So what I'd like to do, if I may, is begin with, are there any questions you have about creativity before I go any further? I'd like to hear the first question from the students there watching this. How do I hear? Any questions?
You can ask questions.
Yeah, you have questions? I heard somebody.
We need more questions, more and more questions. This is going to be very interactive. So this is creativity. You all are creative young people, you know.
All right. Do we have any questions there? I can see you guys. I can see you. What question?
Yes, you can see the young faces, Sri Lankan young faces.
I see the young
filled
faces.
With a lot of questions. You can ask any question, no problem. Use the microphone. Use the microphone. Stand up and yes, please stand up. Then we can clearly, Dr. Jim can clearly see you.
Hi, Dr. Jim. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi. Good evening from my side. Good morning to your side. So just wondering, you were telling about the creativity. And when it comes to creativity, so we are in a different time zones and we are different cultures, we are different countries and all of those. What are the things that triggers the creativity more? Because when it comes to children, maybe in your country or maybe in your region, the children's creativity is different. When it comes to Sri Lanka or India, like South Asian countries, the creativity of children is different. So it's like depends on what triggers the most, the creativity.
What year are you in school?
I am done with the university and the postgrad, so yeah. Done with the studies for now.
And what do you think triggers the creativity in Sri Lanka?
What do you think?
from my point of view, it's the need for innovation, or the its need to overcome a situation. Like imagine, like in day-to-day lives also, imagine you go and face a situation where you need to escape from that. So you use a little bit of creativity in your day-to-day life also. So for me, personally, I would say it's always the situation, and maybe it's a hardship, maybe it's a like pleasureful situation. It's always the situation that triggers the most.
So
More
it's the
problems.
situation that triggers. That's cool. That's great. I like that.
More problems.
The thing that
more
I
creativity.
believe will trigger creativity most, the thing that I believe that triggers creativity most is the ability to have a creative mindset. Okay? It's the way we see the world. If we see the world in abundance of possibility, that will trigger creativity continually. Okay? Let me tell you what I mean. Let's talk about the creative mindsets. Okay? I believe there are a whole bunch of mindsets, but I'm going to give you 10 of them. And these are critical in entrepreneurship. This is the way that you can be creative in entrepreneurship and in life, is if you have the creative mindset. This is everything. Number one, are you curious? Are you curious? As I said at the very beginning, is that children ask on average 65 questions a day. Have you given up your question asking? When I asked who had a question, a lot of you said nothing. A lot of you didn't move. A lot of you were hoping not to be called on. I see that in Sri Lanka, but I also see that in my classroom. I think that's natural all over the world. That's what we call the internal voice of judgment, that VOJ, that voice of judgment that tells you, don't speak up, don't make a mistake, don't make a fool of myself, don't say anything, try to be invisible. So thank you for asking that question. You silenced your voice of judgment and spoke out in front of your 80 classmates. But the truth of the matter is, you were curious. The rest of you need to be curious. You need to wonder. You need to make it okay for you to ask questions, because asking questions is the key to creativity, is the key to innovation. It is the key to entrepreneurship, because the more questions you ask, the more data points you get. Number one, ask more questions. And children are most creative because they ask questions. Another reason that children are more creative is because they are willing to play. Play is the second creativity mindset. When we're a kid, we play at everything. We make games out of things. When we get older, we believe that play is frivolous, that it's not valuable use of our time. It's very important to play. It's very important to try things. Play is how we discover new things. So you have to get into the habit of playing more often. The third of the entrepreneurial creative mindsets is the ambiguous mindset. Ambiguous, the ambiguity. When we start getting older, we want somebody to tell us exactly what to do because we want to get things right. We're afraid of getting things wrong. And when it's ambiguous, there's a possibility we're going to get things wrong. So we want somebody to tell us exactly the right answer. The more you can live in ambiguity, the more you can live without a specific answer, the more that you can accept the wondering, the more creative you'll be, the more entrepreneurial you'll be. Okay? Let me show you something. I'll define creativity real easy. I'll make this look like, here you go. I'll make it look like a classroom. Here you go. I can explain creativity very easily. Creativity, I can define as a diamond. This is great class notes. That is creativity. Okay? That's creativity. The first part, the top of the diamond, that's called divergence. Divergence. That means the ability to come up with lots of ideas. The first right idea is right up here. That's the very first answer. That's the beginning answer, right? If I were to say, what do you want for dinner? What do you want for dinner? You might say rice curry, right? The most popular Sri Lanka dinner, rice curry, there it is. That's just the first right answer. There's nothing creative about the first right answer. But the more answers you give me, all of a sudden we have to get more creative because we have to have more answers. Now, the trick is that in here, in the middle here, this is called the area of familiarity. That's the familiar stuff. That's the usual answers. Those are the stuff everybody comes up with. If everybody's coming up with those answers, they're not creative. But when we get a lot of answers, pretty soon we start thinking out here. And this is the area of discovery. All right? Out there. And oftentimes we even get outside of the box, right? It takes a lot of ideas to get out of the area of the familiar and into the area of discovery. And that's where creativity happens. That's where entrepreneurship happens. This is usual. This is regular. This is what everybody does. This is creativity. This is entrepreneurship. That's the new stuff. Divergent mindset. But it doesn't stop there, because in here, we have to do this. We have to come up with convergence. This is convergence. That's where we choose, right? Here's where we ideate, and then we have to choose. Now, young people aren't creative, or older people aren't creative because they don't come up with lots of ideas, but also because they choose the easy ones. So in here, in the middle, you have to ask a really strong question. You have to ask a really strong question, such as, which of these have I never seen before? Which of these scare me? Which of these are people going to be talking about? Which of these are other people afraid to try? If you can ask those questions, you're going to come up with more creative ideas, okay? And so you get to the point where I'm going to choose to try this one. I'm going to choose to try this one. The problem with our creativity is too often we try this one somewhere in there. Those aren't the creative ones. Those are the ones everybody comes up with. Okay? Then where entrepreneurship happens is down in here, is what are we going to do? What are we going to do with the ones that we choose? How are we going to innovate those? How are we going to change those? All creativity can be seen in that diamond. So if you are willing to come up with a lot of ideas, if you're willing to do that, you'll be more creative. And if you're willing to choose the difficult ones, you're going to be more creative. You're going to be a better entrepreneur, because being an entrepreneur means risk. We're going over the mindsets. The next mindset is the divergent mindset. Coming up with lots of ideas. After that, are you willing to risk? Are you willing to choose an idea that may not work? Are you willing to make mistakes? I don't want you to fail at the end. I want you to fail a lot in the middle, because everything that you do, everything that you've learned, you learn from making mistakes. If you think about it, that's the very beginning of the learning process. When you were very young, you crawled around and you noticed everybody was walking and you said, I want to walk. And what you did was you tried to stand up and you fell down. And you crawled over to a chair and you pulled yourself up and you tried to walk and you fell down. And you did that over and over again. Every time you tried to take a step, you fell down. Not a single one of you said to your parents, you know, I can't do this walking thing. You're going to have to carry me for the rest of my life. You have to risk. You have to be able to make mistakes. You have to be willing to fail in order to get anywhere. That's how we learn. The first time any of you ever kicked a soccer ball or tried to swing a cricket bat, you probably missed. And if you hit something or kicked something, it didn't go very far. But when you're a kid, when you're young, your first response is, I want to do that again. When you're old, it's, oh, I can't do that. I'm not very good at that. I'm not good at that. So it's really important that you be willing to risk, make mistakes, and learn from them. Those are the mindsets that make great creatives and make great entrepreneurs. Also, you have to be willing to make things. A bias towards action. That's a bias towards prototyping. Any type of prototyping, drawing something out, making a hand model of it, showing it to people, putting it in people's hands. Okay? That's a mindset that is critical that people don't want to do. We want to tell people our ideas. Don't tell people your ideas. Show people your ideas. Get a working model. And then you have the ability to iterate, change it, alter it, upgrade it, do it again, do it differently, then put it in people's hands and show them again. The next mindset is empathy. How do you truly understand what your clients, what the public truly needs? It's really important that you understand their mindsets, that you understand how they're struggling. Watch them, observe them, have conversations with them. The more you can do that, the more you can understand the need for innovation. We don't do that enough. We think that because we like the product, that it's going to be successful. You have to connect with your public. The next mindset after empathy is collaboration. Show everybody. Work with everybody. Get everybody to weigh in. Ask them what they think. Ask them for criticism. Too often we want people to tell us why our work is so good, but why your work is so good isn't helpful. If they can tell you why it isn't, if they can tell you what you need to fix, then you can improve. A constant desire to make things better. That's where entrepreneurship and creativity come from. And then finally, if you can do all those things, you get to creative confidence. You get to creative confidence, which means that I am willing to do all of these things. I have these mindsets, so I understand how to connect with people and how to do the innovation engine, how to move from imagination to creativity to innovation, and then get it out to the public. So in answer to your question, I think truly what sparks creativity, and I would say in Sri Lanka, as it is in Europe, as it is in America, as it is in South America, what sparks creativity is having the mindset to wonder, being dissatisfied with everything. What we do, and I hope what you do, is we have students that create a constant bug list, a list of things that bug you, a list of things that bother you. Anytime you have something that bothers you, write it down, because that's an opportunity for innovation. That's an opportunity for creativity. Be curious about why things are a certain way, right? I assume that in Sri Lankan markets, they have carts. The grocery carts is what we call them, but carts that you can push around and take things off the shelf and put them into baskets. Those didn't always exist. But it bugged somebody that they had to stop shopping when they could no longer carry all their groceries. So there was a guy who took a peach basket and put it on wheels. And when he did that, he failed. People hated it. Men said, I don't need a basket to carry things in. I'm man enough to carry everything. And women said, you know, I've been pushing a baby carriage all day. I don't need to push something else. So it bugged the man that people didn't want to push his grocery cart. So what he did as a great entrepreneur is he hired his friends to walk around his store pushing these carts. And when new people came in and they looked at everybody's pushing a cart, they said, where do I get one of those? That's how the grocery cart began. But then it bugged people that they couldn't get out the door. So the man put an employee at the door. So every time somebody pushed a cart there, they opened the door for them. But it bugged people to have to stand there and wait just to open the door. So they came up with lots of things, a pad you step on that opens the door, an electric eye that opens the door. Whenever anything bugs you, find a way to solve it. Find a way to fix it. Okay? The reason that most of us are not creative is that we don't do those creative mindsets. So wouldn't it be interesting, because 5-year-olds are the most creative, wouldn't it be interesting and right if I actually had a 5-year-old teach my class? If 5-year-olds are the most creative, shouldn't they teach my class? What I did was I had a 5-year-old teach my class. Her name is Mayhem. Her real name is Sydney. Her parents call her Mayhem. This is Sydney, who taught my class. Let me tell you the story of Mayhem, and then I'll take another question. So think of your questions. So Mayhem was sitting at home one night with her parents, and they were watching the Academy Awards, all the movie stars. And the movie stars from the movies are walking down the red carpet in their beautiful evening gowns. And Mayhem, Sydney, got up off the couch and she left the room. Her parents didn't think anything of it. But when she came back several minutes later, she had taken off all of her clothes and she had wrapped herself in 2 rolls of toilet paper. And she looked at her parents and she said, "How do you like my evening gown?" Now, most kids, if you had done that, what would your parents have said? They probably would have said, "That's a waste of toilet paper. You made a mess, go clean it up," right? But when Sydney came out and she said, "How do you like my evening gown? I'm ready for the red carpet," what her parents said was, "If you're ready for the red carpet, then we better get our cameras." And they got their cameras, and Sydney walked back and forth, spinning around in her toilet paper evening gown, and her parents were taking pictures as if she was a beautiful movie star, and that empowered Sydney. Remember that voice of judgment I told you about? That voice of judgment comes from situations like that. Our voice of judgment comes from our parents saying, "No, don't, stop, that's wrong, don't do that, get down, no, you can't, no, don't, no, it's not time." And teachers do the same thing. "No, put your hand down, it's not time for questions. No, you can't touch that. No, you can't do that. No, you can't ask that. No, we're not going to do that now." And then our friends. "No, nobody thinks that's cool anymore. Nobody listens to that music. No, nobody is wearing that." All of those no's, all of those don'ts kill our creativity. That's why our creativity goes up here from the age of 5 and keeps dropping, because every time we hear that no, don't, stop, it kills our creativity. But Sydney's parents did not kill her creativity. And she went on to design her own clothing line. She would turn anything into clothes. So I had her come teach my class and share the lessons of what it means to create clothes out of garbage. There she is talking to my students at my college, Miami University in Oxford, Ohio. And there are my students with Sydney in their gowns made of garbage, made of things that we found. And you can look it up, because Sydney, at the age of 6, had her own fashion line, Fashions by Mayhem, from a company called J. Crew. I think she's 11 now, and she still has her own clothing line. Let me open it up. We're beginning to run short on time. So what questions do you have? What can I tell you before I go?
Questions, please. Yeah, you can someone pass the microphone? Yep.
Hi, Dr. Jim. My name is
Hi.
Karmjitsinh.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can even stand up and ask.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kalpani. So I come from a brand marketing background, and I have seen in many companies, even bigger FMCG companies like Unilever, they have this concept where they say you shouldn't stick to one brand or one product for too long, and often they change. Like if you are a brand marketer in a company like Unilever, after every 3 years they change the product or the brand that you are working on. Because as marketers, majority of the marketers have this idea, your creativity will be limited after you work on one particular brand for too long. I would like to know your thoughts on this concept.
Dr. Jim?
Let me see if I understand what you're asking. I think you are asking me from a worker's point of view that you need to change projects from time to time. Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes, it's like people think if you work on this, work on one particular thing for too long, your creativity will be limited. Or it will.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can see that. We do tend to get comfortable. We do tend to, and I don't know, I imagine it makes a difference in what project you're working on or what product you're working on. The first step in most creative processes is research, and to truly understand it in very different ways. And so you need some years in order to truly understand the depths of the product. So I can see where you need several years to get comfortable with the product and really work with it. But yeah, I can see where oftentimes you become too comfortable and too afraid. I think early in people's careers, they're willing to take chances early in their careers because they don't exactly know what they're doing. They're willing to take risks. And oftentimes when they are successful, sometimes when they are successful, they get comfortable, they get safe. So, but I know people who, I'm in my 16th year. I'm in my 16th year of teaching. And I find different ways to do things. Now, I will admit to you, as long as you don't tell anybody in the United States, there were things that I did that were much crazier 13 years ago. Oh, I did some things in my classroom that were really wild and different. But I still do some stuff that's very out of the normal. And this year, because our school year starts in 3 weeks, this year I'm going to try some new things. I'm still innovating. So if you are willing to do those creative mindsets, if you're willing to continue to risk, I can see where you would extend your desire to be a part of a single project, a single product. But don't let it get stale. Don't get safe, and don't get too comfortable. Otherwise, yeah, move on. Try something else. I don't know if that helps. But great question. Thank you for asking. Next question.
Dr. Jim, I'm passionate about Sri Lanka, and I was born and educated in Sri Lanka, so I'm privileged to that. But in Sri Lankan education system, we were spoon feed, and like we were programmed on a mind. We were program our mind on a different scale rather than in USA or any other country, like a foreign country kid. We were not programmed, but we were programmed our mind as a spoon feed. So I understand and I believe that the creativity is unlearned, is within us. I completely understand it, but in this mindset of us, like a program mindset, when we are coming to teenage years from grade 12, 13, the A levels, the advanced level, which is equivalent to a GCEX, Edexcel and Cambridge, just like yours. So we were programmed for like a spoon feed. The teachers are spoon feeding us, and our creativity is whole dead. It's a deadly. We can't ask questions in classrooms. We were very very timid. So in this mindset, and as we grow adults and as we grow into our entrepreneurship culture and all, so I just wanted to know, as you said to ask questions, asking questions to improve our creativity and to have playful mind, willing to play, willing to fail. Those things I understand, and I completely understand it. But I just want to know, as a lecturer, as a university professor, Mr. Dr. Jim, I would like to know, for the betterment of others, what sort of a skill builders, what sort of exercise that you will give to us to practice, because we were coming from from as a kid, all are equal. All are equal in European countries and Sri Lankan and Indian, all are equal because we have the creativity. But the creativity is close up, and it is like creativity has gone.
You can make the question precise as well.
Yeah. And so I just want to know what sort of skills, what sort of exercises that you will give it to us to practice as to build the creativity.
Cool. We understand your question. Dr. Jim?
Right. First of all, thank you for that question. That's a wonderful question. I also want to say, as a challenge to the room, that I have noticed that is only the females who are asking questions. So that's wonderful that the three females in the room have silenced their voice of judgment and asked the questions, and the Sri Lankan males are falling behind. To answer your question, what exercises might I give you? Okay. I want to answer that in a couple ways. Number one of the greatest exercises is to take something and see how many ways, how many other things you can have it do. Okay. So I have a water bottle here. Okay. What else can you use this for besides just a water bottle? Now, a 5-year-old can probably come up with lots and lots, dozens. An adult will probably come up with 4 or 5. Okay. But Coca-Cola, just a few years ago, did the same thing in Southeast Asia and came and developed a product, an entrepreneurial product, where they came out with 17 different uses of that water bottle. It was amazing. But take any normal everyday thing. What can I do with this? What can I do with this paper clip besides what it's used for? What can I do with, I don't know if I have one over here. I was looking for a regular pen. What can I do with that? Okay. So think of different ways to use normal, average, everyday products. And that will get your mind thinking. It's called alternative uses. That's a very quick, easy exercise that you can do. There are 2 more things I want to say as I see that my time is running out, but I started a little bit late, so I'm going to take just an extra few minutes. Number 1, you in this room need to be the voice of the creative future of Sri Lanka. Okay. Your question was beautiful. You have been spoon-fed. Okay. And unfortunately, we have a tendency to teach our students to be compliant, to do what we say, and we spoon feed them. And so if you can tell your teacher something for me, this is what I want you to tell them. I would want you to tell them that their job is not to prepare our students for something, because most teachers think that's their job. We need to prepare our students for something. We need to prepare our students to become accountants. We need to prepare our students to become teachers. We need to prepare our students to become workers. That's not our job as teachers. Our job is to help the students prepare themselves for anything. We need to give them empowerment. We need to stop spoon feeding them and treat them as individuals with great minds, worthy of thinking great things. Remember that. Present that. The other thing that I want to share with you, and this is my last thought, is that I run an organization called World Creativity and Innovation Week and World Creativity and Innovation Day. Okay? And that World Creativity is, it's run by my students. The college students are doing this work. And here is our website. It's wciw.com. And we celebrate in 127 countries. And I'll show you something. We get down here. We celebrate in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is part of my organization that celebrates creativity every year from April 15th to April 21st. Here we go. We did one celebration in Colombo in Sri Lanka on the 11th and 12th of April last year. The International Conference on Sustainable Design and Creative Industries at the Gallifreys Hotel in Colombo. This was the celebration of creativity in Sri Lanka. What I would love to see you all do is plan to do something creative and celebrate with us. Show the world what Sri Lanka is doing. And it can be all kinds of things. You go onto our site, it shows you all kinds of celebrations to do. And we would love to support you. We would love to talk with you more. We would love to help your teachers teach more innovation and creativity. I really appreciate your time here. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that your next speaker is Muiwa Fasakin from Nigeria. Is Muiwa next? Do I have that right?
Yes, Dr. Jim, we're going to have the next session from Muiwa, from Nigeria. That's correct. And
yeah.
if you need to continue, you can take a few minutes. If you need more questions, I can give you a couple of minutes. No problem whatsoever.
If somebody has another question, I'd be happy to answer. But Muiwa, who is coming up next from Nigeria, also celebrates World Creativity, and so yeah, that's so. Other questions? What else you have for me there in Sri Lanka? Who is going to silence that voice of judgment and ask another great question?
Jim.
You can stand up and ask.
I'm Clara, and I have a question that in case when we are exploring our creativity with current situations, what's happening in the country, we might be tend to drift away from our creativity and go to a bit of negative sides of aspect of things as well. What can we do to break that barrier and any exercises that we can practice when this happen, or when we get a creative block when we working on any creative aspect of things?
Great question, and again, thank you. Thank you for asking. There are lots and lots of books. Take a look behind me. There are lots and lots of books on creativity with lots and lots of tools and games. One of my favorites is The Secret of the Highly Creative Thinker. And in this book, Dorte from the Netherlands, or from Denmark, has all kinds of ideas and little examples that you can do to make connections. You can one of the exercises, it's called force connections. Okay, So take two random things. I'll tell you what we can do. I'll tell you what we can do. I'll do one really fast. I can see how quickly I can make this happen. But if you we have a problem. We're gonna have a problem. I'm gonna create a problem right now. Our problem is going to be classes in Sri Lanka. Classes in Sri Lanka. So this is a tool called it's a cool tool called random entry. Random entry is the tool. And so what I want you all to do, we'll do it right here, right now. Okay. What I want you to do is come up with three ideas. For
Dr. Jim, can you hear us? You're frozen.
Everybody ready?
Absolutely, yes. Sorry about the interruption. It's a technical error occurred.
Not a problem.
All right, you can go ahead. Thank you.
First
Dr.
three words that come to mind. First three words that come to mind when I show you this picture. Get the first three words in your mind. Don't speak them. If you have a piece of paper, write your three words on. Here we go. Go. First three words. Real quick. First three words. Don't think, don't judge. Whatever three words come to mind. All right. Now you have three words. What I want you to do is I want you to pick which of those three words do you think nobody else in the room was going to come up with? If you came up with the word giraffe, probably lots of people thought giraffe. Cross that one out. Take the word that is the silliest. Okay? Now, using only that word, think of an innovation we can do in the classroom there in Sri Lanka. Think and make it crazy. It doesn't have to make sense. Okay, who can share with me? Who can share with me one of their ideas? The crazier, the better. Somebody. Oh, come on. Come on. This is innovation time.
So you need to ask a question. Pass on the microphone.
Sorry about that, Doctor. I thought of being like stupid and relating it into a circus in Sri Lanka. To do a circus in the class.
Do a circus. Wonderful idea. I don't know how we do that, but it certainly would energize the classroom, wouldn't it? And if we would do that, the students would be energized, they'd be excited, and the teacher could create a lesson around that, whatever the learning is. It would make the classroom fun, interesting, and exciting, and the students would be jazzed to show up the next day. That exercise is called random entry. I gave you something ridiculous to think about, and you made a connection to how we might use that for teaching. It's a wonderful idea. Thank you so much. But all of you had ideas. If we go back to where I started with the creative mindsets, did you have multiple ideas, or did you just come up with one? Were you willing to play, or did you think this is stupid? I can't have a goofy giraffe help me come up with an idea. Were you curious about these things? Were you willing to risk and speak your idea? All of the mindsets that I shared with you come into how we develop and how we share our creativity. I love that idea. I may even have a circus in my classroom this year just to celebrate that idea. I'm going to give up my time now, and so that you can speak with Mawatha, my friend from Nigeria. I know that you also heard from Dr. Cabra, who I also know from here in the United States. I have very much enjoyed spending my time with you. Thank you for inviting me. I would love to hear from you if you have any more questions. I can put my address, my email address, into the chat room. I just sent you all my email address, and I invite you to reach out if you have more questions. I thank you for your time and inviting me. Please go out, express yourself creatively, innovate new things, make a wonderful life for yourself and the people around you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jim. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It's amazing and it's greatly interactive, and we learned a lot.
Good.
Thank you so much once again. And as you said, Mr. Muiva is waiting for some time, so we're gonna give him the chance to start his sessions. He's gonna focus on creative intelligence for startup. Mr. Muiva Fasakin, he's the founder of League of Creative Intelligence Certified Coaches. Mr. Muiva, over to you. If you need to use the room, you can use this time. Right. Huh? Yeah, no, the oh, come on. Mr. Muiva, are you online? Can you hear us?
can hear you.
Yes, I can perfectly hear you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So we can start the process.
Yeah.
I guess you can hear us also.
Perfectly. I can hear you perfectly.
I can perfectly see you as well. You're a wonderful personality. Thank you so much for your support. We've been working together throughout the process, and thankful to you. We got some great personalities from the US and India as well. Thank you so much, Muiwa, for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, young entrepreneurs, please have a round of applause. He's from Nigeria, wonderful guy, a very creative personality, and he's working for the United Nations as well. Muiwa, over to you. You can start.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Thank you very much for having me today.
You're most welcome.
The people of Sri Lanka, the young entrepreneurs from Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for having me. How do I start today? Talking about creative intelligence for startups. Good. I'm going to start by talking about my son, 5-year-old. He was 5 years old. I think that was 2 years ago. I gave him a cup of apple drink, and he went to the kitchen with the cup of apple drink. And he came back a few minutes later, screaming my name, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm creative, I'm creative, I'm creative." 5-year-old. Very interesting guy. I asked him, "What is the problem?" And he told me, "Daddy, guess what? I'm creative." I said, "What did you do?" He showed me a cup of apple drink I gave him. Guess what he has done? My son sliced cucumbers into the apple drink, and he hung one at the edge of the cup. 5-year-old. And absolutely, I was blown away, because that is creativity. The ability to bring ideas, values, solutions, situations into existence. That is creativity. And 5-year-old boy proved that to me with a simple experiment. I tasted the apple drink and it gave me a different taste. That's creativity. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muiwa Fashakin, leading creative intelligence expert in the world. And I'll be taking you on the journey of creative intelligence for startups. Let me start by saying startup, of course, shows its name, the nomenclature behind startup. Startup. You're starting a business. You are starting an enterprise. You want to get into something new, or you want to continue something that somebody started, but in a different way. I mean, startups are business people, and it is expected of startups to be people of business-minded heart. So startups are young guys, old guys into business. All right? So the first question is, sir, what is creative intelligence? And I might not want to answer that question for you. Before I answer the question, maybe, just maybe, you will want to watch this video. Just maybe, just maybe, you might want to watch this video. Now, before I go into creative intelligence, I have a video that's motivated me. And we are going to watch the video. And this session is what I call take notes, take away. This will be your take notes. Take notes what comes out for you, very important in this video, and take it away to go and use it to improve and get better in your business. All right. So I have this video that I want you to watch in a couple of minutes. If you can hear and if you can see the video and hear it, let me know.
There are key components and key ingredients in the recipe of a student mentality. Number one, you need to be disciplined. The future is very expensive, and only those who are carriers of discipline can inherit the future. I need you to stay motivated. I don't care if you have to listen to me 1,000 times. I need you to stay motivated. And I need that motivation to mature into discipline. I need you to be self-aware. So I need you to remember that you are always learning. In life, you are always learning. And I need you to believe in yourself. I need you to see yourself capable, lovable, and unconditionally worthy of your future. Turn your pain into progress. I need you to see yourself. See yourself. One of the things that many students lack is vision. You got to see yourself before you get there. You have to hear yourself telling yourself thank you. I need you to open up your ears. Open up your ears, because the you from the future is telling you thank you. Thank you for not giving up when you wanted to give up. Thank you for not being depressed. Thank you for not allowing the brokenness to eat your progress. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got this. It's going to get hard sometimes, I'm telling you right now. It's not going to be easy, but it's worth it. Maybe you're listening to me right now and you want to lose weight, or you're trying to pass the final exam, or maybe there's just this feat that seems as though it is impossible. Turn your pain into progress. Turn your pain into progress. I need you to be uncomfortable with average. I need you to be allergic to average. I need you to come to the end of yourself. So many people are depending on you. A student is hardworking. A student is mentally tough. Have the ability to adapt. Have a character, consistency. Demonstrate courage on the daily. Stay motivated. Stay positive. Earn your respect. Have a winning attitude. Breathe. Compete. Make no excuses. Set goals. Practice great habits. Stay focused. You want your future? You gotta outwork everybody on that field. You gotta outwork everybody in the room. You gotta learn how to perform under pressure. You gotta leave it all out on the field. Everybody wants the future, but everybody wants to be average. There are gonna be times when you feel like you're losing your mind, and you study for hours, and you're gonna take an exam, and you will not pass. A student is resilient. A student is disciplined. A student is committed. A student is consistent, even when they don't want to be. Because the cycle of depression needs to end with you. The cycle of not enough needs to end with you. The lack and the dysfunction and the anxiety and all of these things that your family and your father and your mother have gone through, you have to keep a student mentality. I studied and I failed the exam. I studied and I failed the test. And life is an uphill war, and it is filled with tests and exams and critical moments where you are going to have to dig deep inside of yourself and ask yourself why. Why did you start in the first place? And what was the emotion, the feeling? What was the science and the psychology behind the decision that you made? And 9 times out of 10, I can tell you why you started. You started because you were hungry. Hunger is the feeling of discomfort or weakness caused by a lack of food coupled with a desire to eat. How hungry are you? When you feel like throwing in the towel, when you feel like surrendering everything you worked for, remember why you started. Remember how you felt when you started. You were hungry. When you want to let go, when you want to surrender, when you want to stop, when you're ready to quit, when you have failed and failed again. Let me remind you what got you here. Hunger got you here. A strong desire got you here. You were desperate to break curses in your family. You were desperate to break the cycle of poverty and depression. You were desperate. Hunger got you here. Remember this. Every dream requires discipline. Every dream requires discipline. You can travel the world and study students and their behaviors and their mindsets. There is a science behind achievement. And when you study the most successful students in the world, we find that they are responsible, they are motivated, they are self-managed, they are self-aware. They have a long-lasting student mentality even after they have passed the test. Because they understand that life is a test. And in life, there are ups and there are downs. And so accept the responsibility. See yourself as primarily responsible for your outcomes and your experiences. You are going to need discipline. Motivation will help you get started. But discipline is going to keep you on the road to your destiny. You got to be self-motivated. You got to find purpose in what you do by discovering personally meaningful goals and dreams. If you're going to be a successful student, if you're going to come out on top, you've got to start managing your time. You plan and you take action in pursuit of your goals and dreams. So let me tell you something. Everybody has a dream, but there is a behavior that must follow your belief system. Remember this, behavior follows belief. If you have not been able to change your behavior to match your dream, then you need to go back and examine your belief. Because 10 times out of 10, if you can't change your behavior to match your dream, then you don't believe. When somebody believes, everything changes. The time is coming where you are going to feel like giving up. But you're going to have to remember why you started. You got to dig deep and learn how to create possibilities for yourself when nobody gives you an opportunity. You have to turn your mess into your message.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How was that? How was that? Wow. Yeah. Can I get a feedback from somebody to tell me what you picked from that video? Maybe you get this mic to somebody. I want to get one or two people to tell me, what did you get out of that powerful, very emotional video? Do you have anybody that can help me do that?
Can someone respond?
Yes.
What did you get? Pass on the mic. You can get the mic. Can someone help?
Every dream requires discipline. That struck me.
Wow. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Always be
Somebody
learning.
else.
Always be learning. And always be learning, and always have the ability to adapt to any situation and have a vision for yourself at the end of the day.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. One more person. Can we get one more person?
Yeah, stand up. You can get the mic.
Not letting my brokenness eat into my progress. That's the line that I...
Good, good. Thank you very much. Good. All right. So that's good. We have that. Yeah, and that's the truth. So creative intelligence is a combination of two words: creativity plus intelligence. Creativity plus intelligence. That's the combination of the two words there. All right. And it's important that we know that. Now, creativity is simple. Creativity is just the ability to bring into existence. I mean, you've heard the word think outside the box. You've heard the word think differently, think uniquely. Sometimes you say, I have an idea, what my son did was creativity and moved to the next point of innovation. He thought that, what if I added cucumbers to this apple drink? Will it make sense? And he tried it. There are a lot of ideas you've got or you've gotten that you have never used before. Think about it. Think about it. You have so much ideas in you. You imagine so much, do so much, but you don't do it. You don't do it. And you're just creative. That's not innovation. So I like to let you know that there's a difference between creativity and innovation. So creativity is think it. Let me share my screen. Creativity is think it. That's creativity. And innovation is implement it, do it. All right. So creativity is think it, and innovation is do it. Did you get that? Can we say that together? One, you will say creativity is think it, and innovation is do it. Creativity is think it, innovation is do it. Can we say that? 1, 2, go. Yeah, creativity is think it, innovation is do it. Can we say that? Can I hear you say that too? All right, good, beautiful, beautiful. So I said it there. So somebody said creativity is applied imagination, while innovation is applied creativity. Can you get that now? So creativity is when you apply your imagination, and that's what my son saw. He imagined cucumbers inside the apple drink, and that's creativity. Cucumbers sliced inside into the apple drink. That's creativity. That's imagination. You know, you see it. Then doing it is innovation. So he went straight to the kitchen and sliced cucumbers into the apple drink, and that's innovation. So there's innovation, there's creativity. Creativity is application of the imagination you saw. Now, innovation is the application of the creativity that you have. Now, and that's innovation and creativity. So creativity, it's thinking, all right, bringing out the idea, thinking about it. Innovation is implementing and doing that idea. That's innovation. Now, so I said creative intelligence is a combination of two words, creativity and intelligence. Now, intelligence is the application of the knowledge you acquire. Application of the knowledge you acquire. That is creative intelligence. And I'm going to, in a bit, I'm going to show you my definition for creative intelligence. All right. So creative intelligence is the application of creativity to all that we do to achieve optimum results and peak performance. So if you're going to enjoy optimum results and sorry, I'm trying to slideshow. Okay, good. I think I'm better now. You can see it well now. So let me go ahead. So I'm talking about creative intelligence. So creative intelligence is the application of creativity to all that we do to achieve optimum results and peak performance. So as a startup, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, one thing you want to do, talking about creative intelligence, is to apply creativity to your business. Apply creativity to your selling of goods. If you are in the business environment of trading and commerce, apply creativity to buying and selling. If you are in the tech community, apply creativity to your technology development and all sort of things you do in the robotics. Apply creativity. So whichever field you find yourself, applying creativity is important to generate result. Look at my son. We use my son as the case study. When he gave me the apple drink and the sliced cucumbers in it, I tasted it and it was beautiful, absolutely lovely, beautiful, awesome. But it was not like that before. Somebody just had a mindset, a creative mindset to do the different thing, to do a new thing. That's what creative intelligence is about. Applying your creativity to your business, to your vocation, to your occupation, to whatever you do, applying your creativity. That's it. So creative intelligence is simply going beyond the existing to achieve a new or a more attractive approach of generating and implementing ideas, values, and solutions. These three elements determines if your business will ever move to the next level. As startups, you need to understand this. Ideas will help your business. Values, providing values, you're exchanging values. That's what's going to move your business to expansion and growth. Solutions to problem. When you provide solutions to the problem of people, then you make money, you get wealthy, you impact and influence life. That's what creative intelligence is capable of doing for you. So the question is, must I apply creativity to everything I do? And the answer is yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. You've got to apply creativity to everything you do. If you're going to generate big result, good result. Let me share my personal testimony with you. So before 2020, before 2020, I'd never done any online training commercially. Commercially doing online training. I've not done that ever. But 2020 was the first time I was doing commercialized training. And I found out that I had people willing to pay as much as $600 for my creative intelligence certification course. And I'd never done it before. But because I had a level of creativity that I needed to apply to my trainings, I brought it into the level of technology, which is Zoom. And I started doing the online training and people paid. In fact, I made the first 1 million naira. That means in our currency, the first million in my currency that particular year of pandemic, where people were shouting, there's COVID-19, there's pandemic and all that. And I can shock you, Sri Lanka is going through a lot of troubles financially and economically now, recession and maybe going to depression. But the truth is that this might be the best moment of your life to make more money. Think about that.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Think about that. Sometimes you feel that, oh, everything is over. Depression, recession, there's economic meltdown. We are done in Sri Lanka, financially, economically. No, don't give up as a startup. This might be a time to start your business. In fact, there might be some particular business that will thrive more during this period ever before. And that's what creativity helps you to achieve. Somebody said creativity is the future. He said, you don't have a future without creativity. There's no future for you. The World Economic Forum says creativity stands at the top 3 skills needed to succeed in this century. That's what the World Economic Forum said. That if anyone is going to succeed in this century, the first 3 skills, creativity is among the first 3 skills needed to succeed in this century. Creativity is a skill. You've got to get that skill to change your life. You've got to get that skill to change your business. You've got to get the skill to help your startup move to the next level. All right? From research, we learned that most startups in 6 months, they likely shut down. In 6 months of starting, they can't continue. Then when you are in a very harsh environment like it is presently in the economic terrain of Sri Lanka, it becomes pretty difficult. But creativity makes the difficult easy. Why you find it so difficult is because you have not engaged so much creativity. And can I shock you? Everyone is creative. So you're going to say after me, I am creative. You're going to say it 5 times. Everybody. 1, 2, 3, go. Say, I am creative. We are all creative. Say it 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Say it.
Louder, 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 please.
Beautiful. So we are all creative, and it's very important. So creative intelligence helps you to go beyond what is obtainable and what is existing, to do something different and something unique, like my son did. He just had this creative mindset. Why don't I add something to what I'm doing? And he saw the got the imagination of what's it called? Cucumbers inside apple drink. And that could be a recipe that can bring money to somebody. Have you ever considered that if I had apple drink and I put what's it called, cucumbers there? Well, maybe the world is waiting for such product. Maybe that's I'm going to make my money, and I call it app cook app, cucumbers and apple, cook app drink, and people say give me, and you start exporting it to different parts of the world. Cook app drinks from Sri Lanka. I'm like, that's somebody's creativity at this period of economic recession or meltdown, or when we have economic downturn. The best savior you can have is creativity. Sri Lanka, I present to you creativity this morning, this afternoon, and or this evening. I present to you the power of creative intelligence. That is what we need in Sri Lanka at this time. At the time where prices are going up, inflation rate is so high, where the gross domestic product is nothing to write home about. The GDP, the GNP is porous at this time, the real GDP. And if the market, the GNP is porous at this time, the real GDP. And if the market realities are so bad, you know, goods and services so cost so high, I mean, foreign reserves so low. What we need in Sri Lanka at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of creative intelligence. Apply creativity to everything you do, you get results. Obviously, you get results. Let me move to the next one. Okay, before I get to this time, maybe I should just let's see if we can watch a video at this point again to see a few things I'd like us to see. And this video, please take note of what we're watching, because it's really going to help us to do so many things. Okay, all right. So what really is creative intelligence is what I want to let us see now. So what really is creative intelligence? Happy viewing.
You may have heard the term creative intelligence before and never really knew what it meant. Well, in this article we will answer this and tell you about the 5 most common traits that people with creative intelligence have. Creative intelligence definition. The truth is that there are a number of definitions about creative intelligence. It is vital that you understand that it is really about the mindset that you have, and it is not some kind of method that you employ. When a person has creative intelligence, they see things in a different way to others. Creative people are able to come up with new ideas and new ways of thinking. They are not constrained to mainstream thinking as most of the population are. A creative person will look at a situation and interpret it in a different way. Creativity is not just imagination. While it is true to say that people with creative intelligence have a more powerful imagination than those that don't, it is not all about being imaginative. A creative individual will have a different perception on things and will trust their intuition to come up with solutions to problems. A creative person is always more curious than other people, and they use their curiosity to innovate. They have resources at the subconscious level that they can call upon when they want to generate creative ideas and be innovative. Most people that have a high level of creative intelligence have the following 5 traits. They look beyond the norm. Society tries to mold us into thinking in a certain way. A person that is creative refuses to be drawn into this kind of thinking and will look for alternatives. They are not satisfied with the answers provided by the status quo and prefer to generate more diverse ideas. Being more creative means moving away from the norm, and this can be difficult as other people find this difficult to accept. You must get past this if you want to be more creative and learn to go your own way. They look beyond their own knowledge. If someone has been doing something the same way for years, it doesn't mean that this is the only way, or indeed the best way, to do it. Creative individuals are prepared to look beyond the knowledge that they have and use their powers of curiosity here. They will never accept the adage of if something is not broken, it doesn't need fixing. Click the link to
All right, thank you very much. It's a powerful message on Creative Intelligence Day. Can I have one or two people that will tell me something they are picking up from creative intelligence? What you are holding on in this, because creative intelligence is the future. Creative intelligence is what Sri Lanka, what India, what other countries need to move to the next level, other developing countries. So you must take onto creative intelligence the application of creativity to what you do. And you have seen the traits and the qualities of those who are creatively intelligent. So do you have one person, please, the moderator? Can we go to the audience to give me one or two people and tell me what their take away was from that video?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Creative traits, looking beyond the norm, looking for alternatives, and looking beyond your own knowledge.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Somebody else?
Pass the mic.
Get out of the mindset of if it's not broken, you don't need to fix it. And don't be satisfied with just the answers that are provided. Always look for different.
Beautiful, beautiful. Can we have one more person? Anyone? One more person? Just one more.
Even from the backside, we need to get more questions. Anyone can ask. Anyone can present ideas also. Yes, go ahead.
Thinking out of the box, think differently.
Beautiful. Think out of the box, think differently. Thank you very much for that. And that's beautiful for me, because you have to think outside the box, or think as if there's no box. If you're a startup, if you're an entrepreneur or a business owner, you have to create other channels for other people to come in. Now, let me quickly say this that you might not know. There is a difference between an entrepreneur and a business owner. I think that's a very major mix up we've had many years. So Jasmine can say, I'm a business owner and therefore I'm an entrepreneur. No, a business owner does not create channels for others to come in and work and earn income. A business owner just sells and make money. Sometimes he can bring in one person to sell, maybe a sales girl, but that's not the primary concern of a business owner. But an entrepreneur creates a platform or a channel whereby others can come in, work, earn, and maybe probably start their own business in the future. So an entrepreneur opens doors for others to come in and make money and work and make money and eventually maybe start their own business. So what Sri Lanka needs is more of entrepreneurs than business owners. That's very clear. So business owner, they make money, they make profits. That's the business owner. He gets goods from America, sells in Sri Lanka. That's business. That's not really an entrepreneur as it were. An entrepreneur will create opportunities, will create platform, will create a channel by which other people from Sri Lanka will come in and work and help them, move from one level to the next level and probably go and start up their own business and do the same thing, bring in more people. And there we have economic growth and, of course, development in the long run. And that's how it works. So I am talking to entrepreneurs, people that want to create channels, that want to create a business environment, conducive environment for people in Sri Lanka to come in, work, earn, and start up their own business too. That's how we can build a very vibrant economy that will push away poverty, that will push away lack and unemployment. And that's the truth. You know what I taught my people in Nigeria? I have a popular quote in Nigeria. I said, to be jobless is your choice. To be jobless is your choice. There's nothing such as being jobless. What do you mean by being jobless? You can say there are jobs that you cannot do because of your qualification, but it doesn't mean you are jobless. Jobless means I can't do anything. That's the meaning of jobless. And you can do something. You might not be earning so much, but you can do something. You can create something. You know, someone went somewhere one day and she wanted a job, and they said, sorry, we don't have a job for you. She said, what? She said, create a job, create one for me. I mean, life is about creativity. The economy is about creative economy. Employment is about creating one. We cannot keep waiting for job to come and meet us. We go and meet the job. We create the job. And that's what we are talking about today, creative intelligence. So being creative is very, very important, because that's what helps you to go far. All right. So I've talked about that creative intelligence, but majorly, let me talk about my rapid model of creative intelligence. So there's a model I developed called the rapid model of creative. Excuse me. The rapid model of creative intelligence. So R means redefine. I'm going to rush through it because of time. R means redefine. By the way, I'll drop my Facebook, all my accounts. You can follow me, my emails. I want to hear from you. I want to mentor you guys. You know, just reach out to me. I'll help you with creativity and innovation mindset. And let me say this: creative intelligence is not a methodology. Creative intelligence is a mindset. Please don't forget this. Say it yourself. Creative intelligence is not a methodology. It's a mindset. My son had the mindset. I didn't teach him creative intelligence, but he had a mindset that if possible, I can make it different. If possible, I can make my business different from the other business. If it's possible, I can change the components of my business. If possible, I can change the approach of my business. So that's the mindset. Okay, it doesn't really matter what you are selling. It is the mindset, the creative mindset that guides what you are selling that makes it profitable. Can I say that again quickly? Ladies and gentlemen, people of Sri Lanka, listen to me. It is not as important as to focus on what you are selling than as to focus to the way you sell what you sell. So you might be selling pencil or pen. I don't know the cheapest thing in Sri Lanka that is very cheap. You can give me an example, something very, very cheap. Moderator, can you give me something very cheap in Sri Lanka, something that everybody can afford? Very, very cheap, even at this period. Anything like that? Anything, maybe sweet, or what's the cheapest thing you can buy in Sri Lanka today?
What do you think?
Okay, so that kind of thing you want to buy, it's not, maybe you think people that sell it might not be rich or make money. No, it is not what you are selling. It is how you sell what you sell. Did you get that? Let me say it again. It is not what you are doing in your business that matters only. You sell cars, you sell pencils, you sell biros, you sell sweets, you sell salt. Whatever you sell is not as important as how the approach by which you sell it. That's where the money is. How is what gives you the money, not what. What you sell is wonderful. You can sell big things, luxurious things, but that's not the major thing. What is the major thing is how you sell what you sell. It is the approach that negotiates the money. It is the approach that finds the money. It's not what you sell that finds the money. So creative intelligence helps you to get the right approach to your business using creativity, using the creative process. And using that helps you to bring customers, makes your product attractive for customers to buy. That's the last thing I'm going to talk about after this. So this rapid model means redefine, ask questions, pay attention to details, take risks, evolve, disrupt. Now, if you are going to be competitive in the market, the market you are in, the marketplace you find yourself, the business you are doing, you must engage a rapid model. You must redefine the product you are selling and give it the right definition. You must ask questions about the product and the environment and the customers and clients around the place, and know so much about what is happening in that environment. Number 3, P, you must pay attention to details. You must look forward to pay attention to details. Insignificant things most times can change the game of your business. Can I say that again, ladies and gentlemen? Insignificant situation, insignificant things that you look down upon, that you undermine, can really be the game changer for your business to move to the next level. Take note of that. Very important. Very, very important. Don't lose that. Evolve. Evolve means take risk. I missed out. Take risk. Take risk means sometimes you have to take risks no matter how bad things are. Learn to take risk. There is no wealthy man on earth today that never took a risk. In fact, it is risky not taking a risk. That's what somebody said. It is more risky not taking any risk. All right. So you've got to take risks as entrepreneurs. As startups, sometimes you want to get into something and you are so scared. I'm not saying you should not be cautioned, but don't always run back. Sometimes you have to plunge into the ocean, and you can say, what if I get drowned? What if you don't get drowned and you make it? So that's a risk. But one thing I know about risk is that risk, you don't always lose, you learn. Risk has the capacity to upgrade your learning process. Taking risk has the capacity to upgrade or redefine your learning process. So you keep learning as you take risks. Sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. I don't want to believe that you lose. Even when you take risks, you learn. All right. So the next thing is evolve. As you take risk and you get defeated and you fail and you get rejected and you're disappointed and all those activities and situations and events makes you to evolve, because evolve is gradual development. So you can evolve. All right. The last one, which is on a rapid note, is D, disrupt. Disrupt means break the natural order, the break out from the system, break out from the way the startups and the entrepreneurs usually do things in your area. So this is what we do in Sri Lanka. If you don't do this, you cannot get profit. No, sometimes you need to disrupt and others will follow you. Very, very difficult to be a disruptive person, but the best way to do it in this generation of disruption is to become disruptive yourself. So as business owners or maybe entrepreneurs or startups, you have to be a disruptive entrepreneur also, because the system of the world is disrupted already, and you have to be disruptive to accommodate that disruption. Very important. So the way to lead the crowd, a competitive setting, is by engaging the rapid model. Redefine, ask questions, pay attention to details, take risk, evolve, and disrupt. Finally, as I round off this session, my time is almost up because I'm bound to do other things. I might not be able to go through many things, but let me take this very important one. Now, why creative? Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. All right, so why creative intelligence is important. And I don't know if you can watch more video. How many minutes do I have left? How many minutes do I have left so that I can know if I can play one video? Mr. Moderator, how many minutes do I have left so that I can know how to plan the time? Hello?
I'm sorry, I didn't get. Can you repeat?
I said, how many minutes do I have left so that I can know how to plan my time? How many minutes? How many minutes?
You can have. You can take 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, why creative intelligence is important to startups? Okay. So every startup here, young entrepreneurs, please pay attention to these very, very important reasons why you should engage creative intelligence. I do a 3-month course on creative intelligence. It's not a cheap course, but it's a course that changed people's life. I mean, Jasmine is one of the students in the class, and I'm sure she can share so many testimonies with you and a lot she's going to use it for. All right, so the first reason why you need creative intelligence in your business or in whatever you do is productivity. If you want to get productive, engage creativity. Apply creativity to all you do in your business. The approach you take, the way you do your business, the how you operate your business, let it rely solely on, majorly on creative intelligence. Is going to bring about productivity. You are going to make more sales, more revenue within a space of little bit of time and using little input. That's productivity. And that's what creative intelligence will help you do. It's going to help you to find other least cost combination of doing your business. And you're going to end up with productivity. Number 2 is giving you profitability. How many of us love to make profit? Oh, we all love to make profits. We love making profits. And how you can make profits is when you're creative. When you apply creativity, you will make more profit because your cost will go down and your revenue will go up, and the subtraction gives you profit. All right. And that's what creative intelligence will do for you. It helps you to make more with using less. All right. The next one is relevance. Creative intelligence makes you to become relevant anywhere you find yourself. Anywhere you find yourself, in US, in America. I'm in Nigeria, but I'm relevant in the United States. I have over 8, where I've taught many people from different parts of the world in creative intelligence, and I live in Nigeria. So your location, Sri Lanka, is not your problem. Your problem is your mindset. If you get your mindset right, you change your life. If you get your mindset right, you change your life. So where you are is not the issue. What you have to offer to the world is where your money is. That's where the wealth you want is. So get ready for a wealth explosion in the youth of Sri Lanka's entrepreneurs, because your mindset changes now. Your mindset takes another form now, and you believe that you can do it. You believe you can make it. You believe that from Sri Lanka, as bad as it is, there are millionaires that can come up from Sri Lanka, even at this period, because it's the mindset, it's not the location. Relevance comes in. You become relevant in the world. People look for you with dollars from every part of the world because you became relevant because you applied creativity to your business. Number 4, distinction. You become very distinct amidst your other competitors all over the world. Continuity. Your business can only continue when you engage creative intelligence. There is no one that has engaged creativity and shuts down his business. That's not possible. Lastly, competitive advantage. The best thing you can do to yourself is engage creativity so that you can have what we call competitive advantage, having the edge over the other competitors. All right, doing better than every other person in your category. That's competitive advantage, and that's what you're looking for. There's no more time to do so many things again, but remember, business innovation is also important for startups. How you can leverage on doing something differently, introducing new ideas, new ways of doing things, new products, and all that. That helps you, to leverage on that and become better. And other people from the world can look for you in Sri Lanka and patronize you, and you make more money. You're wealthy, and you allow people to come into that flow as an entrepreneur to make money too. And eventually, you change your community, you change your societies, you change your state, you change the country, and you make Sri Lanka a better place. Thank you. Love you so much from Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Muiwa. I have no option but to scream, thank you, thank you, thank you, as you mentioned in the video. And actually, as you mentioned, yes, we are in great pain. Of course, we are in great pain, but absolutely we are ready to turn that pain into progress. Great success. Sri Lankans are absolutely resilient. Thank you so much, my great friend, for your amazing. Thank you so much once again. Hopefully, we will meet you soon physically as well when we do a forum, my friend. Like we can do an international forum, like even from the African region and also from Asian, where we get at least 60 countries, hundreds of startups, so we can do a lot. Thank you so much, my friend. You are a great friend. Thanks a lot once again. Thank you so much. Progress in the end.
Can I say something, please?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry, please. I want as many people here. Please follow me on Facebook. That's my name. I've typed it on the chat. Muyiwa Fashakin. Just go to Facebook. There's World Change Summit in Facebook. One of the community I started for the world, and you can join. Jasmine is part of the World Change Summit and some other Sri Lankans. So just type World Change Summit on Facebook. It takes you to the page. Join them, then we interact together more on creativity. Then LinkedIn. My name is Muyiwa Fashakin on LinkedIn, Instagram. That's I want to mentor some of us as men that are willing, and I want to take us for like a 1-year journey, and you will see changes in your life and your economy individually, and you can change somebody's life also. So reach out to me. No fees. My mentoring for Sri Lanka, I will not charge any fee for anybody from Sri Lanka to mentor them. That's just a bonus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Muyiwa. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So with that great session, we're going to wrap up today's, sessions, and also thank you so much for your patience, young entrepreneurs. We had 2 days of great sessions. I'm pretty sure you have acquired the necessary knowledge. That's our whole objective. And actually, we sacrificed a lot, and free of charge we provided. We tried our level best. We may have some weaknesses also. I identified at the very beginning, we should have had certain sessions in terms of doing a lot of activities as well. But in terms of the resource person, subject matter experts, and also the amalgamation of the thematic areas that we have covered over the 2 days, I reckon that it's pretty. We have covered a lot of major perspectives, major areas, major dimensions of developing startups for your startups and also startup ecosystems here in Sri Lanka. Thank you so much once again. I'm pretty sure that you all have the courage to move forward and take the decisions to move forward and rebuild our economy in the best possible manner. I'm pretty sure we're going to change the course of the history with an innovative economic, socio-economic model. It's just a collective creativity and collective effort. All we need to have. Pretty sure we will get the opportunity and we will change the history of the Sri Lankan dynamics. So now it's time for us to the presentation of certificates. So I would like to call Jasmine. If you could kindly read out the names, and then we can quickly distribute the certificates. Mr. Ruan De Silva, I'm going to invite you to appear on the stage, and he is the director of Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry in Sri Lanka. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruan De Silva.
BJ Manoj Ishanka Fernando. Give a round of applause, please. LS Hajit Harish Chandra Gunawardena. Please give a round of applause to encourage our young entrepreneurs. PM Prasad Piyatilaka. DM Chitmal Upendra. SML Mudith Navaratna. KG Gavindu Ishara. Tisara Kalana Kula Vitarana. Tisara Kalana Kukule Vitarana. Please give a round of applause to encourage our young entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. HKTR Chaturika Hapugala. Charindu Jayaminda Karyavasam. GAKS Priyakanta. GAKS Priyakanta. THJ Piris. VN Karunaratna. Kalpani Senanayaka. Kumudu Suranga Patirana. Please cheer up. KHUD Priyanta Kumara. KA Dusanta Sampath. PRA Disilva. Tilan Pereira. MV Piumi Hiranti Kaushalya. Nadishani Jayathilaka. ALA Samini Nimshani. ALA Sakura Dilani. Merle Don. Mohammad Farooq Hassan. Danidu Watu Landa. Sorry, Dinidu Watulanda. TK Arachi. KND C. Pranando. Indivari Fernando. Please cheer up and encourage and inspire our young entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka. And this is the awarding ceremony of Startup Bootcamp 2022. Dilrukshi Gitmani Pereira. Amishan Irandi Pereira. Amishan Irandi Pereira, please come to the stage. Let me give you right. Oh, TK Kerala. Thank you. Indika Siriwardena, please come to the stage. Take your certificate and cheer up. Lashen Pramudit Pranando. Okay. Okay. Puviraj Vinothan. A.M. Mujibdin. See there? A.B. Mujibdin. N. Satyamurthy. N. Satyamurthy. CMD Kavindya Gunavardhana. Thiuni Katugampala. WMT Yarana Anjani. G. Tanuja Dilhani Silva. KVDH KM Vijay Gunaratna. Shall I go? Lakmini Veerakodi. Randi Disanayaka. Randi Disanayaka. Achala Nirodha Bandara Veerasuriya. Achala. Hasanti Yashoda Samarajiva. H.A. Tejan Viduranga. Sampat. WMLS Sampat. BMCB Seriviratna. BMCB Seriviratna. Dusanja Maddumarachchi Kurupu. DL Fernando. SPA Rushan Vijayanga Samarakon. WLP Rajika S. Vijayasinghe. WLP Rajika S. Vijayasinghe. K. Madhav Anuradha Pereira. K. Madhava Anuradha Pereira. W.A. Desha Nelson. R.J.M. Rajitha Jayasinghe. Nishara Tatsarani Jayasinghe. RSHIR Gunawardena. IB. Let me correct. RSHIB Gunawardena. Clara Fernando. Thank you.
බ්ලැන්ක්ස් ටිකක් අරගෙන ඒ ටික මුකුත් කියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ එන්න කියලා කියන්නේ.
We have the last one. Naomi Lakmali Hettiarachchi. Please come to the stage. Cheer up and encourage our young entrepreneurs.
Can I know whether everyone got the certificate? No. Okay. So we'll do it. We'll do it. Jasmine, yeah. You got the photos, right? So everything is fine. Everything's covered, right? All right. Excellent. But you need to have the certificate. You also need to have.
I'd like to thank the organizers. I think it's SCCI, FCC, SISL, and the Federation of Newman Foundation for organizing such a program. I know most of us have not been in these startup programs like this. And me being a marketer, I was just having a chat with this gentleman over here. He has been in the IT industry, so he was saying some of the aspects that was discussed that nobody knew. So it was a great initiative from you guys to organize it. And maybe a point of improvement, maybe we can have some workshops going forward, and also maybe a follow-up program of how these guys are doing, and see how we could improve. As the Kenyan gentleman said, this is the best opportunity for us to rise as a nation, because there'll be less restrictions and less pressure on us, because the other businesses are also coming down, and it's the new businesses which can come up, because it's less overheads. And if you take my industry, that's the secret of mine. Being less overheads, I can survive, and that has to move on. And just a general thing is, like, for entrepreneurs, there's no age. The gentleman who started the IT company, which was sold for $15 million, that's 4.6 billion rupees within 4 years, and he started at 43. So my urge is, yes, you can work until 55 and be happy with your EPF, which is not true also if you get it. So might as well work really hard on getting things done and working on your own thing. Because I'm actually thinking always, I was late to start business. But with all these opportunities that you guys and the whole society, the whole world is giving, might as well take it and then build your own thing and employ people and empower them as well. Thank you again. Thanks a lot for everything.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We can get a few more comments. Yeah.
Hi, Tilan.
Hi.
Thank you so much for organizing this, first of all. And during these very difficult times, it's really wonderful to see how these resource people, organizations like you, and all the other stakeholders take part in organizing such a wonderful event. I mean, it's not very easy like early days, like before COVID situation days and all, like to organize things in a smooth way. But anyhow, you managed to do it. Yeah, there are small issues like you were mentioning, but it's like 99%. 99 is like in the positive side.
Thanks.
So yeah, and commendable way of convincing us in doing things from our side as entrepreneurs. Mainly the resource people, they are wonderful because I've never met any of those people earlier.
I see.
Yeah, so it's like very good information and experience and exposure for me as well as a person. And a very good cheerful crowd from our side also.
Sure,
The
yes.
ambience.
It's a wonderful crowd, actually.
Yes,
Absolutely.
everyone is
And
wonderful. Like
we should be very grateful to you all.
In their own way. So it's very good to get associated with during these 2 days. And thank you so much for everything, and really hope that everyone succeed in their own way, their businesses and their personal lives, everything. So wish them all the very best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Claire. Thank you so much for your wonderful words of encouragement. And you are absolutely correct. We faced a lot of difficulties in terms of organizing this event. But at the end of the day, it's a great success, as you mentioned, and thankful to our great, staff and the volunteers as well. I will take this opportunity to convey my gratitude to everyone who supported us right from the beginning, like resource persons and also mentors, advisors, and also from Fatima we had, and also Jasmine, and everyone, a lot of people. We didn't have a very big team, but we managed everything. And it's at the end of the day, we need to, in the best possible manner, it's about serving the community, serving the business community in different aspects like social, economic, cultural, and even politics. We need to do our best, and we need to make our country, it's for the country as a whole, of course, that we are, facing some crisis and as we, discussed. It's definitely an opportunity. We need to convert all these difficulties into opportunities and make our country one of the best in the world. Erin, I'm pretty sure, young people, you can take the lead. You have already taken the lead, and you have already started. Your creativity is enormous, and your startup models, everyone I've gone through, because through the registration forms, and also I got, so those models are phenomenal, very creative, and I'm pretty sure all your startups will be very much instrumental in, in terms of progress of our country in every aspect. I'm pretty sure we can change the dynamics of our country. Thank you so much once again. Have a round of big applause. Thank you so much. So we will have the group photo for the second day. Sure. Thank you.